Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Good day in the workshop. Gonna get started. Working on some of these diamond painting pins that we've been working on here for a bit. If you don't know, we work on diamond painting pins every week, and we turn about 45 of them or so. Yeah, so make sure that this volume is off. I don't want to have to. I don't want to hear myself talk twice. But yeah, so going to be working on some of these. These are a little bit of a darker theme. There's a little bit of red, some stars in them as well. You'll see as we start peeling back some of the layers. But yeah, going to try and just get going for now, and then kind of how I go. I do some intermissions here and there, and then I'll work on something else or whatever. But we're going to try to stay focused on these today, and yeah, and crank right through them. I need to switch my glasses, which are inside. So, just a moment. How you doing, bodyguard? There we go. That's good. And that will be good. Let me go switch my glasses. Be right back. And then if you take a look at the board too, I've got just a few things to just kind of chat about, I guess, over time. So yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. Indeed. So yes, here we are. We're good to go. Boom, boom, boom. That looks good. Not in the way. Sound. I don't know what the sound is like, but we're just going to hope that it's good. Yep. So, here we go. Mm. Yeah, been working on these for quite a bit. Got some of the other ones in the works as well. So initially we were going to have to do multiple, which we still might need to in advance because we have the a procedure for my daughter that is going to help her breathe better. So I'm trying to make some room for something like that, just in case she's got to, need some extra love and attention. We'll be able to create a little space for that to happen. Don't know why I bother with this, because it's just going to immediately get wrapped around again, but whatever. Whatever. All right. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. Got the coffee. I might have had a little too much coffee. A little jittery right now, so that'll be good. That'll be good. Yeah. Everybody got projects that they've been working on? So a bummer that happened with this diamond tool here. I had the CI1 and it was pretty nice. Or not the CI1, the CI4 diamond. But then it kind of messed up. to where I bumped it, unfortunately, and then oh no! Damn it! Crap! Hey Brian, good morning, man. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Been thinking about you. So yeah, just trying to have some fun, man, and get some good stuff going. Oh, what's up? What's up? How's work been for you? Been busy fulfilling those bushing orders, man? That's good. Good to hear. You're doing good. Yeah, I think it's been about 3 weeks or so, man. I mean, 1 or 2 weeks, fine, and then the last week, I mean, I was, well, had some concerts, and then I couldn't catch up on some of the work and stuff like that, so had to be patient and make sure that I still knew how to even set up a stream. But yeah, busy's good, man. Heck yeah. For what it's worth, I don't know if you use the Carbide, but these particular ones, they don't actually seem all that much better. But I will say they look a little cooler. So I guess a redeeming quality there. It's not better, but it just yeah, I haven't really noticed a drastic difference between the plated Carbide and the regular Carbide, so I'm not sure if it was worth the $5 extra or however much it was, other than it just looks a little cooler, I guess, because they're not silver. Yeah, I've also had my dad come over, help and hang out lately too in the workshop. It's been a good time, so that's also why I haven't been streaming on Mondays. And then this past week, he also came on Tuesday for a half day. So it's good. I really like having the opportunity to spend time with them and yeah. On resident doesn't really matter. Yeah, I can see that being the case. It's just, I mean, I'm comparing them side by side on resin, so they don't seem to be quite as well. I mean, they probably are a little bit better, but the difference is not exactly all that noticeable. I'd say it's negligible. And I've gone through a few, so it's not like I just tried one tip and then I've tried it on about 150 different pins so far and putting the work in, do some thorough testing. Oh yes. Woo! Man, that feels good to be back. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. We'll recap. So let's see, let's take us back to like September 12th, 13th, and 14th area. That was the Orlando pin show, and man, we did really well. We did really well at the Orlando pin show. It was a good time, got to meet some people. Something else that was crazy too is somebody from the diamond painting community heard that we were going to Orlando for our fountain pen stuff, and they came and met us. I think they drove a couple hours and came to meet us, which was super cool. And then somebody else from this stream, I won't say who it is, but they came and they came to hang out briefly as well. We drove, I think he said it was 3 hours, And he was there for, I don't know, maybe an hour or so. But man, that hit me in the feelers, that's for sure. What an amazing thing. So, very grateful. But it was really good seeing him. Or meeting him, I mean. And seeing him and stuff. But yeah. We had a coffee and did a little wandering around the mall, which the mall at the Orlando show is just outside of the hotel, which is pretty dang cool. I like the venue there. Yeah, it was a good time. Also, the Forever pencils, man. Oh, how freaking cool! We made like 10 or so Forever pencils to bring, and I got quite a few more in queue, but it was super duper cool how everybody was really happy to like try out the Forever pencils, and so it's just exciting, man. It's just exciting. The Forever pencils, I just used like a Right in the Rain kind of eraser, which is only about a 1/4 inch hole on one side, and then it's got the very small fine threads on the other side, which is what are they? They're 5 by 0.5 threads. Yeah, so this is basically what I turn them down to before I get going. So this is the 1/4 inch side, and then this is the 5.5 side. And it's already threaded on the inside, but this particular, yeah, Brian too. I might need to send you some of these measurements so you can make a better bushing for me. This one kind of sucks, but it serves its purpose for now. But basically, I made this part, I made one that was threaded, but I was always concerned about like turning too much or turning too hard, I guess, and then it slipping on the threads, which would strip them, and I definitely don't want that. And then this one, what I did is I actually, made it pretty fitted, but not to interfere with the threads. So it's going to be able to push against all the threads, and then also deep enough inside. So it's probably about this mark right here. So this is basically where it's being held when it's being turned. So pretty dang cool. And people, I'm telling you, man, that was crazy. I was really excited how excited other people were. But yeah, if I could get like a 1/4 inch bushing trimmed down to about 5 mil, that would be dope. And then, let's see, we got the threaded tips that you and I talked about a little bit. The threaded diamond painting tips. Shoot, I was thinking about that, and there's a lot of people that want to know or want to make their tips threaded. And because we don't really offer that as a standard, because not everybody likes the threaded tips and the way that we make the pins and stuff, I was thinking about going back and being able to like make a quick video on how somebody else could just tap it. So really neat. All right, man. Let's see. I gotta call Brian. Let me make a note, man. Call Brian. Let's see. Bushings. And then what else? What else? Tip. What else? Forever pencil. Yeah. Woo! Man. I said I was hyped up, man. I'm sorry. I am a little on the amped up side, so if I got too much energy, it's because I am well caffeinated. So there's that. Really nice to have somebody come to a show just to see you. Yes, it is. It is indeed. You know, You know, I can relate to that. I came pretty much to see you, man. So, yeah. Somebody had trouble with the diamond art tips. You know, I mean, here's the thing. When you're working with different resins, man, as you know, some people, they drill the holes differently and then they try to thread them. And then one of the things that kind of is a little strange about threading is if the hole is too small, then you try to tap it like that. It won't. When you thread it with a tap, it kind of just smooths everything out and opens it up, unfortunately. So there is that balance of having a hole that's too tight versus too loose, and you have to find that really precise spot. So if they were using acrylic, I have no doubt they were messed up with the threads, because acrylic sucks for threading. At least with a regular tap and stuff like that. So yeah. But yeah, I did go to the show, that particular show, pretty much to see you, and then RJB was a bonus, and so was Jim Hines. Those were bonuses. I wasn't expecting to see those people there, but yeah. Also, I had to get that demo. I had to get that demo of blank. What is it? Tube in casting. Yeah. Hey, Michael, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. But I know that there are some other threaded diamond painting tips that are floating around. And then other people are trying to do other mods to them that are like, you know, not exactly, well, they're not made right, we'll say. But, yeah. So, yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a dig on you. That's probably a user error, because, yeah. I don't remember off the top of my head what they are, but yeah, the person should have checked, for one, and then two, the hole's got to be right. You know, let's see. I think I use a 15/64, and it's a 7 by 0.75. Yeah, that's what I use. Yeah. And again, it could be different, but specifically the DAC ones, they 6.5 by. Let me look at the conversion on that. I use a 15/64. Like I said, man, I go back and forth on everything. I don't like to pigeonhole myself. Let's see, 15/64 is 595. That's the one that I found that worked the best. But it could also just be a straight up 6mm drill bit that you use too. So I guess that's also an option. But like I said, I have all the different lettered, numbered, fractional drill bits, and I try it on the different materials. So that's what I use some of my cutoffs for, actually, is I'm trying out the different things just to make sure that it's going to work right. And yeah, if they heated it up too much with drilling or something like that, you know, the resin gets all loose and it expands. Also, if you don't have a lot of material where you're threading in the first place, then you can actually cause it to flare out like kind of like a, I don't know, like a bell bottom, like a shape where it'll kind of come out because it's hot, and you tap it, it'll open it up, and then it'll have more space, which obviously is not good. So, but 6.5, yeah, I use a 6 by 0.75. Well, I guess 595, 5.95 decimal wise. Yeah. But yeah. And then I did have some somewhere. I've even threaded wood with that, so never mind. They're not right. They're not conveniently located, but they are somewhere here. But yeah, I think another one of the problems that DAC is having is sourcing the tips right now. So those are just little stream of what is it? Stream supply chain issues. That's the one. Not stream of anything. But yeah, it depends on what they're doing, man. You're the thread pitch expert, but I like to think that I got the threading and stuff done pretty good when it comes to dealing with the different materials and stuff like that. Because some of them very much do behave differently, and sometimes you'll get some that are a little looser, or it also depends on what the blank was. Like for example, if somebody did it on a glow blank, the blank itself won't cure as hard as something like just regular mica. So I mean, there's a lot of troubleshooting things that immediately come to my mind. So Michael, what you been up to, man? I've been away from stream for a while, it seems. A long time. So we're coming in, guns a-blazing, so to speak. Yeah, you know what? That's possible too. Let me tell you a little something about having a bad tip. Unfortunately, at the show, we were selling Kakamorei tips straight out of the box, and one of the tips actually had incomplete channels. So you remember I showed you the Kakamorei, how it's got those lines that go straight down. Well, some of the lines didn't actually go all the way to the tip, which obviously is going to affect ink flow. And then it also had like a burr on it too, which is no bueno either, because you don't want it gripping the paper and stuff like that while you're writing. So kind of an interesting thing, but hindsight, we should have checked it, but it was in the box, never used, so we just kind of assumed that it wasn't going to be an issue. So lesson learned there. But that doesn't really change my thoughts or perspective on Kakamorei, because I still think that they're pretty dang cool, and they have a very good use case. Especially for people that like to do a lot of swatching. And if you don't know what swatching is, that's just basically getting a different type of ink, and you want to see what the ink looks like and how it behaves on different papers, and like the dry, what it looks like when it's dry and stuff. So you just kind of have a card, a specific type of card of the paper that you want it to use, and then you can try that out and see how, like, you can see the bleed, the running, you can see stuff like that. Also, Kakamorei is really good for pens, or for ink that you can't put into regular fountain pens. Those typically tend to be a little bit thicker, those particular inks. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I think they had to, because they were selling so many of them, Like really, people were buying them a lot. And the other thing is, even if they're threaded, I have noticed that people don't like to switch them out really. So they like to just have whatever tips that they're going to have on that pin. So they'll buy a tip for each pin that they want to use like that. So pretty neat when it comes to like buying repeatability. And it's also convenient to not have to deal with switching them out. So both of those things kind of combined is pretty significant. But yeah, I was thinking because the hole is 7/30 seconds, which is, I don't know what that is in metric, but basically what I was going to show people is that if you have a drill bit that's a 7/30 seconds, or if you have one that's, you know, around that size, you can actually use the same thread, which is pretty interesting, because you can take a pin that's already done and then thread it basically by hand. So there's no real concern of like scratching it because of having to grab it and all that stuff. You don't really think people would switch them out that often? Yeah, man, you're right. Unless it's an expensive one, but the single placers, I don't think people really switch them out, and they're the most common for sure. But the multi placers that people use are, you know, pretty expensive. I think they're like $25 for a stainless steel one, which, you know, if you think about the longevity of it, it's going to last you forever. But it is a little on the pricier side to get that in the first place. So, I mean, that could add up pretty quickly. But, you know, if you got specific things that you like, that's the beauty of it all, you know. You can customize and tailor it to what you want it to be. Oh, side note, by the way. So, let's see. Here we go. We got this carbide tip. So this carbide tip was from Easy Wood Tools, right? Easy Wood Tool, carbide, the CI4. It doesn't want to focus. The CI4 carbide. So I've been using the same side for like, I don't know, 2 years. And then I was like, you know what? I guess it's time to rotate it. And then as soon as I rotated it, I hit my tool, whoop, and then it fell straight down and broke that tip. I only got one. Out of it, unfortunately. So, I mean, I could still use it. It's still sharp and everything, but I wanted to test this out too. So, these are not Easy Wood tools, but they do fit into the Easy Wood tools if that's what you like. So, hey Vinny, what's up, man? Yeah, it does suck. But you know, it's not that big a deal at the end of the day, because buying 10 tips at like $3 a pop or something like that, you know, it makes it less painful. Because I don't need the Easy Wood Tools quality on those in particular, at least. But they do fit, and so I figured I'd go ahead and say that. You can actually find all the sizes for the Easy Wood tools that'll fit. Now the only problem I have really is the particular screw and the little Allen wrench that I use. You've done that before, Vinny? Yeah, man, it's a bummer. I've done it a lot of times. Like, my square carbide is also like that. Knocked this corner right here. Yeah. It still cuts as good as I need it to, so I don't bother rotating it. Even though I do have replacements, it just, you know, sometimes it's just not worth if it's not a constantly used tool. You pay 10 an insert for cutting your stainless bushings. Woo! How many bushings can you get out of that? Yeah, I think it was $30. I'm not positive, but it's around 30 bucks. So even if I get a couple ones that aren't like super sharp, I don't really care because I don't like them being super duper sharp in the first place. So there is that. But yeah. Vinny, it's good to see you again, man. It feels like it's been a long time, but it's only been like, well, it's been a month, I guess. That's a pretty long time. Twice in a row? Oh no! Dang. It just didn't want to do what you wanted to happen. We've been going hard with the printer too, by the way. We got a Bamboo Lab P1S. So we've been working that bad boy a lot. 6 cutting edge, huh? Are you using like the octagonal or? You know what I'm talking about. Whatever one's got the 6 sides. I know octagon got 8, but the pentagon's 5. I don't know what 6 is. But yeah, is that what you're talking about? It kind of almost looks like a bolt, but it's a carbide insert. Or a nut, I guess. Not a bolt. Looks like a nut. You flip them over and have 3 per side. What shape are you talking about? Are you talking about a diamond or the circular one, but obviously flat edges? What am I doing? I'm not familiar with that, actually. I don't know if that was an autocorrect or if that's an abbreviation. But yeah, man, I've really been enjoying the... Oh, shoot, I can show you this. So, obviously pin holder files exist already. However, when you adjust the size, you know, that's just kind of tailoring it to your needs, you know? So what I did is, and this is partially my dad's idea too. So when I'm making a set of bespoke pins, let me show you real quick. When I'm making a set of bespoke pins, what I can do is actually have a lot of them laid out. So the blanks would be laid out just like this. And it fits the whole blank. Let me grab a regular blank here so I can show you the size of an 8.5 inch blank on here. Maybe even 9. That one looks like, let's see, this one is, yeah, this is a 9 inch blank right here. So this tray is actually 9 inches tall, but man, it fits like perfectly. So when you do trim the ends, right, you trim the ends of the blank, and then you can lay them all flat, and then you can mark them all at the same time where you need to cut them. And I was like, that's a genius. Genius. It saves you from having to, you know, just measure over and over again. But on the other hand, I have the calipers that have the push-out rod, so I measured that, and then boom. So let's see. Oh, let's take a look at that. Oh, I got you, I got you. So it is a triangular shape. Cool. How do you use the back side of it? 1, 2, 3. But how do you use the back side of it, I wonder? I'm not sure how you use the back side of it. Because, let's see, that one is a triangular shape. I've got one of those. Here we go. So this, similar to, right? So this one's similar, but yours obviously has a halfway cutting surface. So you end up getting 2 cutting edges, but how do you use the bottom side of them? Flip it over in the holder. Like rotate it? Or can you actually flip it over? That's interesting. Because I thought you could only rotate them. I didn't know they made them that flipped over. Huh. Interesting. You're still missing out on the sides. Well, at least the cutting side. Oh, the negative. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Huh. That's interesting. Because if you have 6 sides on one, and then you flip it, like basically by putting the face down that was up top, you're still not going to use the initial top cutting edge on the back side on each of those points. Or am I crazy? I was about to say, that looks like a pretty high, like, I don't know, crown shape. Yeah, that doesn't, I need to draw that. That looks like also, that looks like a rotary engine from like a Mazda RX-8. Like a little, you know what I'm talking about? A little rotary engine. I think they're like a 1.8 liter, but you can get so much horsepower out of the rotary because of the RPMs are so high in those cars. Kind of crazy. Like, let's see, if let's see, how do I do this? How can I do this? All right, we'll just write on this piece of paper or whatever this is. All right, so the shape of that one is like this, to where it's kind of kind of triangular. I need to look at the picture again. Okay. Okay, well that's a very mediocre job, but there's one. Let me try again. We're just going to draw a triangle, and then we're going to cut it in half. So these are basically the cut in half parts. And then these are actually tilted, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cutting edges. So if you start with like the 6, and then you cut, and then you rotate, you're going to use the 2, and then you rotate again, you're going to use 4. How do you use the 1, 3, and 5? And if you flipped it over, you'd end up with, what's this? So you flip it over, 6, 1, 2, 5, and then 3, 4. So is that what you're saying? So if you're cutting, you don't actually reach the 5 in this case until you flip it over. Because you can rotate it, right? You can rotate it. Whoop. Those are arrows in a circle. And then this, you would flip it over, so that would, I don't know, just whoop. Huh. So is it sharp on the bottom too? That's kind of weird. Does that mean there's a buffer on the thing too? That way you're not hitting it? Negative, they're gonna have positive ones. Ah, they have positive ones that only the top side can use. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, that makes sense now. Thanks, man. That's interesting. That is kind of crazy. I wonder, can you put that on a handle and make like a turning tool out of that? Like, you know, a modified one of these kind of thing. I wonder, because I'm sure people would be interested in that. And I don't know if there are any people doing that. Oh, what shape is this? 21. All right. Because I actually did buy a steel bar that I could use to make a handle. Yeah. Oh, a sneak peek. A sneak peek. Okay. That's a good video, dude. Good video. Thanks for sending that to me. I guess I'm so used to these that only have one cutting side that so I'm glad people like you are around, man. Show me some of the light. Yeah, I wonder if you could make them handheld. People would be all over that. If I had to guess, you know. Be interesting to try, if nothing else. So there's got to be like a little bit of an elevation on the bottom of that bed. Well, and the top and bottom of that bed. That way, where the cutting edges just aren't touched. Really interesting. What kind of shape would you need to make for the handheld? I'm getting sidetracked on my thing again. Oh, it's so unique. So many tools out there that I hadn't even heard of. Oh, big dog, what's up? How you doing, man? It's been a little bit, huh? For what it's worth, I thought about streaming a lot. I thought about it. Heck yeah, getting set back up. Right on, dude. What you getting set up with? Hey, look at that. Heck yeah. Good deal. Oh, that's right. I remember that. I remember that, man. I saw that in the Discord. I guess I didn't recognize the name. But yeah, I saw that. Sorry to hear that. Were you monetized at that point? I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It sucks your account got hacked. Were you just sharing your password with everybody or something? Also, why do you think somebody hacked your account? Like, why do you think somebody would want Big Mex's account? Were you just like going hard and getting lots of traction? New beginning. New beginnings. Well, I hear that. Coffee toast to that. Oops. My man. You know, something else that I noticed is I put my P.O. box out there for all peeps to send stickers, and then I'd reply with a sticker. But I haven't gotten any stickers. So, just so you know, I want to get some stickers. If I meet you in person, even better. But sending them, that's good. Yeah, politics can be quite polarizing, right? I mean, you know, it just is unfortunate, but it is what it is. You can't make everybody happy at the end of the day, so kind of, I guess, take that little bit with a grain of salt, you know? If you try to make everybody happy, you end up making nobody happy. So it's just one of those, I guess, rules of the game. But yeah, and I mean, unless you were doing a politics channel, obviously, then by all means go for it. Which those have been blowing up like crazy, which is kind of funny. But yeah, is it just me, or did people like not care about politics anywhere close to as much until like the last few elections, I guess? Oh shoot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the other thing that I think about too is like you just can't make everybody happy. It's just the reality of it. And politics, people have, I guess that's the other interesting thing about politics specifically, is that, you know, people are so focused on things that they don't really have control over. Which you know is kind of, in my opinion, it's a bit of a waste of time. And so people just like seeing disasters happen over and over again, like crash and burn type of things, and you know, that's not the message we want to spread, yo. We want everybody to feel, if they're into turning or making pins, they can come here and be safe and have fun and enjoy whatever it is that they want to get from it. So yeah. Oh man, a few diamond painting bushings. Big Macs. You selling them somewhere? Where are you selling your DP pins right now? And also, I guess the last thing I'll say about the whole politics stuff is, one, you should never talk about politics in your business, which this isn't my business, you know. But on the other hand, I just don't talk about it in general, because it really is exhausting. Because I don't make snap decisions usually. Especially about something like that, I don't make a snap decision on whatever it is. I try to understand as best as I can from a variety of angles. And so I think one of the strangest things that I've realized about that, you know, thinking about that, is like everything is good for someone. You know what I mean? So everything is good for somebody. And then somebody else is, you know, I guess not necessarily getting what they wanted out of it. And so, you know, it's just one of those things. Let's see. TC local, nice. Yeah, you're spending too much every time you go to the site? Nice. Local. Oh, that's where you're selling right now? Local? Right on, dude. Well, since you're a pretty long-time viewer and we don't have a lot of people in chat right now, I'll show you one of the interesting things that that I use for diamond painting pins. I had a drill bit made that is, I don't know if you've ever heard of step drill bits, but I got some step drill bits made. And this is like when you see me use the diamond tool on each end, that's because I use this. And so what it does is it makes the hole that I need, and then it also makes it so you have a half-inch shoulder, because none of these are going to be over a half an inch. So pretty cool. Because I was thinking, like, you know, what would be really awesome is having like a barrel trimmer that you can put a drill bit through, a 7/32 drill bit through, and that's how I was thinking about it. Like, I used to use a Forstner bit to get the pilot hole, and then I use a regular 7/32 drill bit, but this condenses those two steps into one, which makes it so much faster. So I will say that the drill bit only works well for shorter drilling, because I've got other stepped ones that are much longer, but I don't think I like those as much, even though they do work. So, because there weren't many people here, by the way, that's why I showed you. Which is kind of funny at the same time, because, you know, on one hand, I want to elevate that person's biz, but on the other, it's like, I can't be sharing all my secrets. But here you go, I'm an open book. And the funniest thing too is even if I tell you that I say everything, there's no real way for you to actually know. You know what I mean? So I could literally show you every step of the process, and then you might still have reasonable doubt that that's the way that I do it. So those bits are actually made. The way that they're made is somebody has a lathe that spins, and then they also have a like a sharpening wheel, like a grindstone kind of wheel that they can control with a CNC. And so basically it spins, and then it also rotates down to that size. So pretty cool. Too late now, John. Secret's out. That's all right, man. That's the beauty of it. Just know that. I might not have designed it, but I did find it. And somebody else actually on stream told me about it. It just happened to be after I found out about it too. So it's always funny. It's always funny. Anyway, if you wanted one of those, let's see. You're going to need to go to the IAP, the International Association of Pin Turners. Create a free account. It doesn't need any information or anything like that. It's not my account either, by the way. I don't get anything from that. So, and then you're going to want to look at somebody named Rick Harrell. Rick Harrell. So go to IAP, and then find Rick, and he'll make them. Brian at this minute is making 100 of them? Nah. I don't know. Brian, do you make step bits, dude? I don't know if you've ever mentioned them or anything. Anyway, I like to drop some pearls, you know, every once in a while. Anyway, that's a peek behind the curtain, so to speak. Is Brian going to make them? Nah, probably not. Not unless he's already set up for it, because he's got plenty of stuff to do already with the bushing, so, you know, there's only so much time in the day, Vinny. But yeah, I've bought quite a few of them. Do you have a budget, by the way? Do you have a budget for that? Or does it matter how expensive it is? Because I'll sell you mine for like $300. Or you can go to Rick Harrell and he'll sell you one for a lot less. But mine, the one that I sell you won't be, you know, held by me. So that pretty much drops it like at least $150. Oh man. I give you a good deal. I give you a good deal. For you, my friend. Can't tell you how many times I've heard that while being deployed and stuff. For you, my friend, I give you a good deal. If somebody starts like that, man, that's a flag. What do you mean for me? You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. Why would you say you're going to give me a good deal? But ultimately, Big Max, what you want me to call you? Big Dog, Big Max, what you want to be called? And then I'll continue. But yeah, the way that I used to do it was a Forstner bit, and then the 7/32 drill bit. Grinder. Either is fine. Right on, dude. All right. He who shall not be named other than Big Mex. But yeah. Like I said, Rick, Rich. I think it's Rick. A good dude, really nice fella, easy to work with. Yeah. So. Jesus. You know, I put myself in y'all's shoes, by the way, when it comes to watching the stream. There's ads. Why are there ads? I thought I turned those off, but I guess we're just going to let it fly today. And I will investigate further tomorrow, if I stream tomorrow. But yeah, that's pro tip, man. Pro tip. Which is really strange to think about, being a pro diamond painting pin maker. You know how weird that sounds? You know what else is really weird? When you go to like a meetup, I used to go to like real estate meetups and talk to people, and then I found out that wasn't for me, but people asked what I did, and I said I make pins. They're like, you make pins? Like writing pins? I said, yeah, I make those too, but craft pins. It always ends up being an awkward conversation, so I just say I'm a turner. I turn on the lathe, and that's kind of where I leave it. Because sometimes it's, if people don't know what a lathe even is, that's going to be a long conversation, a longer conversation than I want it to be, because I'm not there to talk about what I do. I'm there to learn about what it is that I was interested in doing. Yeah. So IAP, International Association of Pin Turners. So make sure that it is, make sure it says something to the effect of pin turners, by the way, before you start putting your deets in there. And then I think you can use the search bar and type in like custom drill bits or something like that, and then you'll find, you'll probably find a catalog. So, or if you didn't want to go through all that trouble, I can get your info, and like I said, I got one here with your name on it, for a cool 300. And see, it's a drill bit, right? It's just a drill bit. But to me, if I wasn't able to make it, there's a good chance I probably would pay $300 for it with the amount that I do. Which is interesting to think about too, because once you build something like that, or like this, to where you're making diamond painting pins every week, you obviously want to streamline as much as you can, but just knowing that it's not going to be perfect, well, perfectly the same every time when it comes to the materials and stuff like that. But yeah, try to IAP here. There you go. Boop. Control C, and then let me drop this in the chat. Okay, I just went to the website, by the way, so it shouldn't be a problemo. Yeah, so you're gonna go there and then go to home or whatever, and then you'll do the search on the far right. And you're gonna look up. There you do. There you go. So the person is Rherrel. And then you can look at his catalog too. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's actually one of the more standard ones that he uses. Actually, it's funny because I designed it. Actually, so the one that you get will be the same as the one that I sent him an image of that I think is actually at the bottom of his catalog now. So, yeah. I'm not getting royalties or anything from that either. So. Anyway, I thought about just doing that myself, having him make a whole bunch of them and then selling them differently, but, you know, everybody's got to eat. Everybody's got to eat. Might as well just direct it to him. He's a good dude, too. So, anyway, it's enough of that. Enough of that! Yeah. You can have all the best tools and everything, but it still doesn't mean that you're going to be a great turner. So, still got to put the time in. At least I think so. I don't know. Maybe some people are just naturals. They're just way better than I am. Which I'm sure that there are people that are just naturally better. They could just pick it up and start doing it. But I think if somebody was able to just pick it up and do it, it's because they were hanging out here. Just watching it happen, thinking, you know what, I could do that. That's not bad. And you're right. It's not that bad. Pretty easy. Once you invest all the time to learn and the equipment to practice on and all that jazz. But still, not a impossible thing, that's for sure. I'm not sure if Rick knew what I was making them for either. I didn't say when I had them made. Because I've got other things that I am going to get made too. But I've got to keep some of those things to myself until I determine if it's something that is worth sharing. I'm done. I got more tips to go along with that, but I shall withhold for now. Side note, completely side note. Does anybody play video games? I know I ask this often, but does anybody play video games? I've been playing Borderlands 4, and I have been having a lot of fun. I played the first Borderlands that came out. I skipped the second one, and then I played the third, and then I played Tiny Tina. Yeah. But the game is a looter shooter, so... Oh, Brian, you do? Do you play on computer, or... Actually, it doesn't really matter. Do you play... It is cross-console play, or cross-play. So you could be on computer, Xbox, or... PlayStation. And it is across all of those, which is pretty damn cool. But yeah, if that happens, we can get like the, we can play together. It's so much fun. You used to? Dang, big dog. Well, what do you do to decompress, man? PS5? That'll work. That'll work. Have you ever played a Borderlands game? It's so much fun. I played through the third one like 10 times. And it's not because it was good, it's because I just really enjoy all the different vault hunters. So if Vault Hunter doesn't sound familiar, those are the characters that you can play as. Oh man, but it's so much fun. It gives you, I don't know. Basically, it's kind of a well, the first few are pretty straightforward campaigns. But there's so many side quests and stuff like that that's just so funny. Like the humor, especially in the first one, so funny and a lot of fun. But yeah, and the Vault Hunters are also pretty dope. And like, yeah. But if you like looter shooters, or even shooters, and you don't really care about the looter part that much, it's still a fun game. But the whole point of the game is to try and get the best build that you can. And it's some farming of gear and stuff like that. But the nice thing about it is you don't have to buy it. You don't have to pay for it, I mean. Like some games, you know, you want to try your hand at... I don't know if anybody's heard of Raid Shadow Legends, but you can play Raid and potentially get some shards, is what they're called, and then you crack those open to get different champions. But shoot, I'm gonna have to show you, man. I'm gonna have to show you. I love it. Should I stream that on Twitch? Or go hang out? Do y'all want to hang out with me if I streamed on Twitch? Or would that just be too much? Like, no, dog, I draw the line at turning, alright? Anyway, it's a player versus environment game, so it's a PvE. But you can play with multiple people. You can have like 4 people in a game at once. And then you can crank up the difficulty. It doesn't matter what level anybody is. It just scales off of whatever that individual person's level is. Yeah, just a lot of fun. Like, I was even excited about the Borderlands movie. Even though it sucked, I still loved it. Yeah, it was not a good movie. But there was if you played the game, there's a lot of nostalgia in there, and for me, I think that was worthwhile. But Borderlands 4 is the new one that's out, and it came out like while I was in Orlando, actually. I think the 14th or something. Which is kind of what I've been doing. I've been staying up late every night playing. And then when I'm turning, I'm just thinking, you know what? Once I'm done turning, I've got some stuff to do. COD. Did you see that there's, what, the 6th one coming out? I don't think I'll play that. The last one was so massive. You were a Destiny fan? Well, I never played Destiny, but I think in Destiny you can jump and glide and stuff, right? You can jump and glide in VL4 too, which is different. And then also there's a vehicle, because it's more of a open world, this go. But I really like the graphics too. Like, the art style is so different than anything, which is so stinking cool. Oh, you can glide? Awesome. Well, then that would be a pretty familiar control of character, at least. Like, I played some Overwatch, and I think it's kind of like that too. Where your people are very, very different, and you can build them differently, but it's a looter shooter, man. You get grays, legendaries, epic rares, common, uncommon, all that jazz. So, yeah. And then one of the things that I do is, what we do is call it farming a boss, but basically you go in, you kill the boss, he drops loot. If it's not the loot that you wanted, you go reset, and then you do it again. And you do that until he drops what you're going for. And then I was also thinking, like, what the direction is going to be with the Maverick Workshop. What do y'all think? Should I talk about the jet? Or, like, what kind of lathe you should start with? Or different things that you should look for when you're starting to turn? Or what? Anybody got ideas for the direction? I mean, I like lives, right? There's only, it feels weird making the same thing for a video. Like, here's another fountain pen, here's another fountain pen. Like, I know people like familiarity and they like repetitions of things, but there's only so many ways that I can show that here's a fountain pen and here's how I made it. So I'll kind of reserve that type of video for the whether or if I'm teaching something or if I am showing a specific pen that I did differently, I guess. Because one of the things is that my most viewed video is how I make one, and then I started redoing that series to where I had voice in there within, like, instructions and stuff, but it's got nowhere near the the views or interest. So kind of weird. But yeah, I do have the main parts of it out already. Just been kind of slacking on the. I think I even went up to the shaping. I just didn't show finishing because finishing isn't necessarily my wheelhouse, and you know, I kind of think that it'd be cooler if Abby did it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would be something she would actually do. So there is that. And I do know how to sand and polish and stuff like that. So it's not like I don't know how. It's more of a, if you want the best that I have available to me, that's what it is. She's the best that I have available to me when it comes to sanding and you're getting into the bespoke pins now? Right on, dude. So what are you starting with? Tell me you're starting out with the 1/2 inch and the 3/8. Unless you got big, deep pockets, then I suppose. Oh, speaking of which, since you just went to the IAP, keep an eye out too, where they're doing group buys of the taps and dies from Tapco. Yeah, keep an eye out for that. They do it like every year or so, and somebody usually organizes it, and then once you have a certain threshold of people buying a certain tap, tap and die combo, you'll get discounts throughout. So that could be the least expensive way to buy it. However, if you wanted it sooner, you're going to pay a little bit more from like Turner's and stuff like that. But I bought mine from Turner's as well, so I got nothing against Turner's Warehouse. Chad's good people, and Chad and his team, good people. So you're waiting to get approved. Turner's Warehouse, they've got all the basic ones. They have the 12, 13, 14, 15 usually. And then they also have the Joe and Bach stuff too. The taps and yeah. Waiting to get approved. Oh, okay, my bad. Chad is a really nice guy. I haven't talked to him like in person or anything, but yeah, he seems like a nice guy, nice fella. But he does repost some of our stuff too, which is awesome of him. Let's see. Turners only have the big pockets one. Ah! Nah. No, I started with a single start, and you could use a M13 by 1, and then you use a M10 by 1, and then you'd be mostly there. So once you got comfortable turning the M13 by 1, then switching over to an M13 by 0.8 triple lead would be not a drastic difference as far as procedurally. We met him in Ohio, right on. Yeah, they're only going to have triple start. But like I said, you can just go to Amazon and buy a M13 by 1. And so, you know, I have some M13 by 1 as well. And they still serve a purpose, whether you use the triple lead or not. I think single starts are commonly overlooked because they're not perceived as what is it? They're not necessarily perceived as like valuable among the turners. However, the customers don't necessarily know much different until you tell them that the triple lead takes a, you know, 1/3 of the rotations in order to take the cap off. So you can get away with learning the process really easily with the single start taps and dies, and determine if that's actually something that you want to continue doing. That's kind of how I did it. I didn't have anybody really teach me anything, and I used a 1/2 inch and a 3/8 inch at the beginning. Let's see, this is actually this right here. This right here was a bolt, and I used it for my barrel. So I would put this into my collet and hold it just like this. And this is how I started. Because I didn't know what a mandrel was. I was like, how the hell am I going to hold this? Oh, I know. Just go get something super simple that's a 3/8 by the thread number of threads that I wanted. So I did start just like that. I got a bolt, and then I cut the actual head off of it, and then that's what I used as my mandrels. And I was doing it all on the wood lathe at the time. So yeah, that's how I started. I did make a video of that too, how I started, and it was all single start. And the other thing too is I didn't need Joe or Bach at the time either, because I used a Parker style refill. So I think once you crack the code on that and you get comfortable with that particular procedure, everything else that you incorporate will be much easier to plug into your process. So if I'm doing like a 13 millimeter cap, and the connection is going to be that on the barrel too, and that's not that hard to do. And then you have to make the mandrels, and then you have to make the other things. So you can buy all the different components and pieces and stuff, but I would definitely recommend taking your time. Take your time and learn. Because if you start by running, what happens when you start running? When I start running, I get winded really fast. Not really fast, but you know. Oh, you did watch that? Right on, man. So it wasn't exactly intended to be like a step-by-step guide. It's more of the way you should approach things, like thinking about how you're approaching the things. That was the intent of the video, not to tell you exactly how to do it. You don't run, you walk. Yeah, man, slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race. Which, you know, I am definitely not a slow and steady kind of person necessarily, especially right now. I'm all hyped up on a Mountain Dew. But, yeah. Like I said, I spent a couple years just trying out different things, practicing and doing the learning, right? Because I'd spend tons of time out here, and then I would stop because I would get stuck somewhere, and then I'd start working on a different project, and then something in that project would spark the other main project I wanted to be doing, and so they just kind of fed into each other, which is, I think, a big part of, you know, just experience gain. So one of the things that I have noticed that I find kind of interesting is that there's a lot of makers that make the same thing, and they don't really deviate because they're comfortable doing that one thing. And so if you want to like innovate and you want to become more noticed and and you want to carve out a slice of pin world for yourself, you're going to have to do things that people haven't done or haven't seen in a long time. Like there's not anybody doing a lever filler fountain pen, at least that I've seen, bespoke wise. They're all doing the piston fillers, and you know there's obviously a good reason behind it. The piston is typically a better one, but that doesn't mean that the bladder fillers are bad. It's just different, right? So you can create those different designs and be like, hey, this model is a throwback to once upon a time, around World War II times, 1944, 43. This is how they were made. And so those types of things really excite me when I get a pen that I've never seen before and I start pulling it apart and looking at it. I think, what can I do to this? What can I do to make this a little bit different? Or, you know, something like that. Anyway, sorry. That's a rant, right? That's what you're here for. It's a ramble. I'm a rambling man, I reckon. But yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Okay. We'll get a small metal lathe. Oh, come on, man. Pace yourself. Pace yourself. Get comfortable with the simplicity of things first. I mean, obviously you do you, right? You do you. But I would say be patient. It'll happen. If you want it to happen, it will. Just keep putting the effort in. It's like, what's his name? Sean from Worth the Effort. Yeah, it's worth the effort. The things that I've noticed among makers is that they will learn how to make one thing from a maker, and that will be the only thing that they do. So that's not what I'm about. I mean, sure, do something and repeat it tons of times, 100 times. And I would definitely recommend make at least like 20 before you try to sell them. At the least 20. I get fired up sometimes when people like know just enough to make something that comes together, but it's extremely unrefined. And so use those as examples and stepping stones to get to your final, because once you put yourself out there as making something and then the customer purchases, then that'll be kind of what they expect from you, you know, because fountain pens are not a cheap purchase, and custom made fountain pens are also not a cheap purchase. So you kind of keep in mind the different people around you as far as like other turners, other makers, and the community itself. They've kind of built up the name, so to speak, of I'm a pen maker, or I'm a fountain pen maker, or bespoke pen maker. Those titles are like, they might not mean a whole lot to some of the other turners, but they do mean something potentially to the customer. And if you determine that you're a fountain pen maker, then you know you should be able to have a pretty decent product to offer them, because nothing can mess a business up faster than having a super unrefined product that you're trying to sell and you haven't really put a whole lot of effort into it quite yet. Sometimes you can go around and see the case. I'm sure that you've seen it like on some of the Facebook groups and stuff like that. All right, got a lathe, got a kits. Where do I sell them? Like, dude, don't think about selling. Don't chase dollars right now. This is a learning phase. Be patient, be present, right? Interact, engage, absorb, and contribute, right? You also want to contribute. Like, here's some lessons that I learned while I was doing this. Well, I found that this was the case, and then yeah, some people might be like, "You dummy! Why would you think that would work?" Doesn't matter. So what? So what? Like, I showed something on one of my TikTok videos that I used a tap as a mandrel because I didn't want to have to make a mandrel for it because I didn't know if I was actually going to use it like that. So I literally just used the tap, and then I put a block on it, a stopper block on it. Yeah, I don't know where it is right now, but that's what I did. Oh, it's actually right here. I was trying out a different thread pitch, a different tap, and the thing I needed to do was be able to hold it. So what I did is I made a little piece that I could unscrew, right? So this only goes so deep, and this side's threaded, the other side's not. So this can go in like this. And I don't have a mandrel for this one in particular, which is why I made this. So yeah, this is that, and then I only drilled it partially to where I wanted it to stop. So basically all you do is you flip the tap around, and then you can basically thread it backwards to where this comes up, and so this ends up being the stopper. So I'll put this like in the jaws, and then I can actually use this as a mandrel. It's not a great mandrel, right, because it doesn't extend very far, but it'll hold the work enough for me to try out what it was that I was going to try out. And then, you know, nothing, shoot, I don't remember how the saying goes, but it's something to the effect of, like, I don't even know. But it's out of necessity that I wanted to do that, or I wanted to do that as easily as possible, and that was, you know, something that I had done a long time ago too. Like, I used to do that for bottle stoppers, actually, before I got the bottle stopper mandrel. I used to just turn it on the tap. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it does work. If it works, it works. Yeah, there's merit to that. It's not optimal, but if it works, it works. It's not a forever solution. It is a solution that worked right at that point. That I determined that that was not something I was going to further pursue, and I didn't have to spend money on a mandrel. So it's more like the more you learn and the more you know, the more you can do. Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't really make pins with clips very much, if ever, because I don't particularly like making the clips, or not making the clips, but making the recess and cutting the channel for the cap and closing up the finial. I don't think it looks very good. I think you have to do it with a different color for it to look pretty good, because you're not going to really be able to get it lined back up the same way, so it'll look very obvious that it's not the same. But I mean, I know how. I just don't very much or very often because, well, a variety of reasons. The VA show, right on. The Manassas, Virginia, the Mate. That's the one, right? The Mid-Atlantic Turners Expo. That's the one you're talking about. Yeah. And Brian, you don't really even make pins, do you? You don't make pins very much, but you're a big contributor to the pin community. Because I don't really see many pins from you, but everybody talks about the things that they use that you have made for them in order. Well, you're an enabler. You create the tools that people would want or use or need that would facilitate what they want to accomplish, which is dope. Am I going? It's going to depend on what day, but last year I went and it was over March 14th, which is my daughter's birthday. And I did this past year, but I don't think I would do it again. But yeah, it just kind of depends on the date. Do you know the date of it? I mean, you got a better word, Brian? I can't think of one right at the top of my head. But you do great work, and I mean, I'm never gonna make bushings. The bushings I use all the time are the ones that I buy from you. Could I make them? I don't know, probably, but I'm not gonna. You make them really, really well, so there's no reason to do that. Well, there's no reason for me to do that. '13th through the 15th, yeah. Darn it. Yeah, they're gonna need to change those dates if I attend. But I mean, it's possible, I suppose, that I would go for a day and then come home. But I think it's like a 4 or 6 hour drive for me. Yeah. And we have a lot of pin shows that we're going to be doing next. Well, a lot. We're going to increase our pin show count by 2, hopefully. But yeah. I don't know, man. I will. I'll mark it and kind of see what's up with that. All right, that, and then you said 13th through the 15th of March. Okay. But yeah, I came last year and it was the same window of time, and I wasn't at my daughter's birthday, which not a huge deal, but you know, I want to be there when I can. And it wasn't a necessary work trip. It was just I wanted to go see what it was about, really. I wanted to go see what it was like. Something else I can show you right quick. It's kind of funny. There we go. Okay, so not all of this stuff, but most of this stuff. Let me take some of these out here that are not that. There we go. All right, so when I went to the Mate last year, this is the stuff that I bought. Yeah. So I got some blanks from Crosscut. I got some dyed and stabilized burl. Yeah, picked up some blanks. Got some M3 material from Tim McKenzie. Some more here. Let's see. I got some of these from the bargain bin. This is a speakeasy. I think this was actually a gift, if I recall correctly, a part of the bag that you got from going to the show in general. So that's pretty dang cool. I got some bushings, right? Some junior gents and some nice bushings here. The other turn between center 7 mil, I believe. And then I got some of the RJB spirally blanks here. Let's see. And these, I still haven't done anything with these, but these are dope. These were from Blankworks, and they're abalone tube-in casted, which are really stinking cool. But I am not going to use this on a junior gent pen. I'm going to end up making them, well, differently, we'll say. So I did end up getting two sets of those. 2 is 1 and 1 is none for blanks when I am turning. At least that's kind of my philosophy, I guess. But and then other dyed stabilized, some flaming box elder, and then some maple burl. And then I got micarta as well, some of the micarta stuff. So yeah, I like to get stuff that I'm probably not going to ever do. Oh, I remember that too. Bottle opener. We got a chance to use that too, I just didn't have it. And then I also pick up some wood that I think is interesting. Like this looks like a quilted maple to me that's been kind of dyed and stabilized. But yeah, it kind of has like a quilted, or yeah, a quilted maple. I mean, not curly, quilted maple that's been dyed. So it's interesting. So I usually go there and I get stuff that I would never do myself. And then I shelf it for a while until I come up with the project that it's going to go to. Because I have used some of the other things. Yeah, I've used some of the other things that I got that I don't have anymore, obviously, because I used them. But yeah. Oh, go ahead and knock this one out right quick too. You remember that? Yeah, the bottle opener. It's a cool bonus you threw in there for me, man. And I think I got the setup for a tube-in casting too. And we haven't done it. Because, yeah, we just haven't done it. But are you going to be one of the demonstrators this go? And we're going to start making the silicone molds. What silicone molds? Because I do have a silicone mold that, well, when we do them, when we buy silicone molds for diamond painting pins, we buy 8. We buy 8 at a time. Oh, okay, for the tubing casting. Right on. That'd be good. So, thinking about it, I think that if I bring my daughter, maybe I'll bring my daughter. Is there anything to do? Is there anything to do in Manassas other than the show there? I don't know what's around. I actually didn't go very far at all because it rained one of the nights, I think, and I was on my motorcycle. And they do the block. Okay. Doing the block ones too, huh? Nice. But yeah, I really enjoyed going, but there wasn't a lot that I could really contribute there, as far as like what I offer to the pin community, other than myself, you know. I don't really offer products for turning, so. Or blank making or anything like that. And I'm not going to go there to sell blanks either. Heck, I don't like selling, period. It's kind of an ongoing thing that Abby is the one that does all the sales, where I pretty much, at a pin show, I'll get up and I'll leave and just wander around and talk to vintage people, talk to all kinds of people. Because that's what I like doing at pin shows. I like talking to the people and, you know, building relationships and stuff like that. So that's kind of the direction I pursue when I go to pin shows. Obviously, I can sit behind the table and sell stuff, but I just don't typically. Abby should come with me. I don't think she'd have much to offer really either. Unless you wanted to do a demo of blank making. So that's really the only thing. I know Jim goes there and he does he sometimes does the Bespoke course, but you kind of got to sign up for that in advance. And get off of me, noodles. Yeah. Nothing like having your birthday in Manassas, Virginia. I don't know. It could be fun. It could be fun. If I really wanted to make that happen, I would have to probably pick like a day, and then we would go, like maybe the 13th would be the day that I would be there, and then I would get there like the 12th or something, and then hang out on the 13th and then drive home on the 13th. What are they gonna do? Yeah. But yeah, I had a good time. It wasn't huge. Do you know if the venue's going to be the same? Is it going to be the same hotel? Because I mean, I kind of think of some of the Turners as kind of my people too. Either two, like that's kind of the area of focus that I personally have. And then when it's like Abby and I, we tend to focus more on the retail side of that, and then the maker's side is, it really is just different, It's a different crew. Gotcha. Same place. But yeah. I wouldn't rule it out yet, but it was cool meeting some peeps. Met, I can't remember his name right now. He was walking, or he was he was going around with RJB Bob. Bob kind of introduced him to a lot of the vendors there. And I can't remember his name. My goodness. He's been in the stream a couple times as a viewer. Yeah. Is it Michael? It might be Michael. I don't know. Just call him Michael, I guess. Yeah. I think he was hanging out with what's his name? Who's the one that does the magic juice? Stadium, right? That's Stadium. He was hanging out, or Stadium was selling some of Bob's blanks, and that's where I bought them from. Abby does most of the, well, she does all of the buying, actually. And again, this is by design, by the way. It's easier to have one person focusing on that and then not having to really worry about Michael Harden. Yeah, that sounds like the guy that was walking around with Bob, huh? He puts the... Oh, no, never mind. That's a different person. Different person. I'm thinking of, at least. Michael Harden. Okay. But it is Stadium that puts the whole show together, right? Yeah, that's what you're saying? One of the things I thought was really cool was at the end of the show, after the raffle and stuff, the person like got this bucket of blanks and the kits, and the person that got the kits, I think she was like, if you want a kit, come and get it. Just make it for this particular thing for the show, that is. So I thought that was pretty neat. Yeah. I started trying to work with them a little bit with the magic juice, because we use a lot of magic juice. We buy the big ones to refill the little ones, because the little ones are just easier to repeatedly use over and over again. 8-hour drive for you, big dog? Dang. Where are you coming from? I think I've decided that I need a friend that's a pilot and that's interested in turning and or fountain pens. I think that would be, and has a plane. Yeah, if I can get that trifecta, interested in turning in pens, has a plane, and wants a friend to travel around with. The trifecta. Anybody fit that bill? Because I'd go everywhere if that were the case. What's up? Okay. I'm still streaming, mic'd up and everything. But yeah, if I could find that trifecta, that'd be dope. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's not too much to ask, right? I'll be mediocre company. I'll probably talk a whole lot. You know, what's not to like about those things? I'm usually actually pretty quiet. I listen a lot. Obviously not in this format, because that would be weird. But yeah, I listen a lot. All right, Brian. You just need to throw yet in there. And then you start working on that trifecta. You see, for something like that to actually happen, you kind of got to plant a seed and then water the seed by reminding the person of whatever it was. And then eventually it'll emerge, right? But maybe he's interested in turning. If he's not interested in pens, maybe it's because he doesn't know enough about pens. Huh? I don't know. You know, kind of a funny and weird story. Well, this calls for a bit of an intermission, we'll say. So, kind of a funny story is when I was in high school, I was scouted by a talent agency for modeling, and then I went and I looked at the company, and I was like 16 or 17 at the time, and I went and I looked at it and then was told, don't go to this one, go to Carolina Talent. And so I went to Carolina Talent, and then did my whole photo shoot, got the comp cards made, and then there was an AMTC, American Modeling and Talent convention, and I was one of those that went to that, and that's where I met a girl from Asheville. My dad took me to Florida, and I met this girl in Florida at the convention, and we hit it off pretty well, and we were talking and exchanged numbers, and uh, then shortly after that we started dating, and then I lived in Charlotte at the time, and she lived in Asheville at the time, and I would go there to Asheville and visit her, and the first time I went there, their house was amazing. And then I found out that her dad was a very successful businessman. He had a variety of companies, local chains in that area that he owned and ran, and that's kind of give you the background of it. But he also had an airplane that I didn't know about initially, and so what happened is they were like, "Hey, there's a Carolina and Duke game coming up. Do you want to go?" And so I'm like, "Hey, Dad, can I go to the Duke game?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go for it." And they gave me an address that ended up being an airport. They're like, why am I driving to an airport to go to a Carolina Duke game? And they flew from Asheville to Charlotte to pick me up, to fly back to like Boone, where the game was, and we sat like, I think it was like second or third row to a Carolina Duke game, basketball it is. And if you don't know, that's a pretty big deal. But the fact that it didn't occur to her that that was extremely unusual for somebody like me. Like, I didn't grow up, we did not grow up the same way. But yeah, her dad and mom and her flew to Charlotte to pick me up in their airplane and flew to the game, and then flew me back home, and then they flew back home. Like even thinking about it now, that is crazy, right? And I think that one of the funniest things about it is she didn't realize like how incredible of an opportunity that was for me. 'Cause the way that she kind of made it seem was just like another day, almost, which is just insane. But it was really cool. Yeah. But then we kind of drifted apart. I went to the military, and then, yeah. Now it just ends up as a story. Anyway, that is all. Thought it was a cool experience, and it was a peek into a different world that I never really thought about. Same person, actually. Um, I went to a debutante ball. I don't know if you've ever heard of a debutante ball. I had not until she invited me. And I was like, "Hey, Dad, you want to go to a debutante ball, or you want to take me to a debutante ball as well as be a part of it?" Uh, so this was her debutante ball kind of thing. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically like a gathering of people in a certain class that basically introduces those people that are coming of age to society, kind of thing. Uh, but yeah, they rented our tuxes and stuff, and my dad and I, we just showed up in like jeans and a shirt, and they're like, "Here's your outfit," and so we went and changed, and like, just talk about an experience that you'd never really think about. I would never really think about it because it was never something. I was down here, and this was more up here, and so I found that super amusing, super fun. My dad was, to give a little bit of background on my dad, he was a parts salesman for auto parts salesman, and he worked at like Pep Boys and Napa and stuff like that. But yeah, talk about like, I don't even know what the word would be, but talk about exposure, huh? Oh, speaking of my dad, he just texted me. Anyway, that's something that my dad and I talked about a couple days ago, how strange that whole thing was. And you know, it's a type of thing that you can't really make up. Anywho. Hmm. Anyway. Thanks for listening to my story. Anyway, I guess that what made me think of that is talking about the airplanes and stuff. And what's really awkward was when I told that story to Abby's parents. It wasn't for years, many years after we were married, that I shared that story because they both went to Carolina and they're big Carolina fans. And I wasn't really a sports fan. So going to a Carolina Duke game was only cool to me because everybody else thought it was really cool. And so, now don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed the time. I remember Sean May and uh, Felton. I think it was Raymond Felton. Those were two of the players that were there on Carolina team. Yeah. Oh, another thing is um, Abby's dad used to go to a lot of conventions and stuff like that, and one of the guest speakers was Joe Theismann, and he happened to be able to talk like specifically to Joe Theismann uh, during the convention, and he had said that, hey, my son-in-law is in the military, and I think it would mean a lot to him if you called. And so Joe Theismann actually called my phone, and I was deployed at this time, I'm pretty sure, or training. Um, so I didn't answer it, but it left me a voicemail. And this is like 15 years ago now or something like that. And I'll be honest, it's kind of funny to say, I guess, but I didn't know who Joe Theismann was. and I was, and then Abby gave me like a warning, basically like, hey, my dad went to a convention and he's gonna have somebody call you. And I said, who's gonna call me? And she said, Joe Theismann. I said, who's that? And I guess he's a MVP Hall of Famer kind of thing for football, which is pretty dope. Uh, But yeah, it's weird. It's weird some of the things that you come across, you know. Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess to me, people are just people that have done incredible things. Some people have done things that are incredible that more people have seen or appreciated being a part of than others. So I guess that's kind of how all that ends up happening. But you know, I was very appreciative, and he was like, "Oh, thank you for your service." Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, anyway, you know some rich people, but would never imagine you in that world. Yeah, man, it is different. It's different. Like in some cases, I just felt like I don't usually talk about the way I felt about things, but I usually try to keep everything objective as possible. But yeah, it felt weird to say the least. Um, but I never felt like unwelcome or uncomfortable or anything like that. It was just a very unusual circumstance for me. Anyway, I was extremely grateful for those experiences that I was fortunate enough to have exposure to. Uh, yeah. So I do think about that particular person and her family because we dated for a long time, but you know, anyway. Anyway, there is a completely different world out there. And, I think one of the benefits of having that experience is knowing that different, there's different things, right? Like some people think that the markets, like the farmers market, are the only places to sell pins, but like I didn't know there was a pin show specifically until I put my stuff onto Etsy, my pins on Etsy, and then Joe from the Orlando Pin Show has said, "Hey, I'm starting up a new pin show in Orlando. Would you like to be one of the vendors there?" And it was too close to the time for me to build up any inventory. Also, I was anxious as hell, man. Like that's crazy. So I guess that's another reason why I say keep your head down and keep working on stuff. Eventually, it'll get noticed, and people will recognize it. You know, um, and then they'll kind of make things happen for you, which is another thing about the whole community stuff that I've come to realize over a longer time than it should have been. Uh, but yeah. Anyway, fun experiences. Uh, Probably once in a lifetime experiences too. At least for me, I don't think I'll ever do anything like that again. Unless I'm the one that wants to kind of recreate that sort of thing. But I don't anticipate that being the case. But man, he had a nice Thunderbird. Oh my God. And then also some of his friends, her dad's friends, like had massive car collections that their hobby was just like sandblasting the bodies of older cars and repainting them and fixing up different components inside and at the time, I was all about the girl, you know. I wasn't about learning anything like that. Anyway, really, really neat. Lumpy from leave it to leave it. That's awesome. Awesome. I don't know. I think too, some people get bad raps because of just the social status, and it's in a lot of cases people didn't choose to be necessarily in a class. They just ended up in that class kind of thing, because you're hanging out with people that are interested in what it is that you're doing, and that's, you know, you're kind of the sum of the people that you're around. I don't know if you've ever heard of that from psychologists and psychiatrists and stuff, but you know, you're the sum, or you're the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with, or however many people you spend time with. So pretty interesting. Your first show, you were a wreck? Yeah. I mean, I believe it. I believe it. It's one of those things where we had no idea what to expect. So our first show was pretty, well, actually, we nailed our first show, because with a bazillion ideas and the observations that I make, and then Abby's ability to implement those ideas, collectively, we were able to nail our first show pretty well. So we learned the stuff that we needed to. So pretty dope, if you ask me. Now we're getting better, right? You get better over time, but you got to have that foundation, man. You got to make mistakes early and often. I think that's the difference between people. Is some people are afraid of failure, some people are afraid of success. It's like, well, what if I fail? Okay, well, what if you succeed? Why don't you just change that? What if you succeed in a business? Like, what does that look like? I was talking to my dad about the whole target fixation sort of thing. Pretty sure I've mentioned this in a previous stream, but like, if you're driving down the highway or you're driving on a road somewhere, and then you see something on the side of the road and you start looking at it, what direction are you going to start going? You're going to start going towards where you're looking. And so I kind of think I internalize that type of thing, and I just, the direction that you want to go, you need to constantly be looking at it and moving towards it. And I mean it both literally and figuratively, because whatever it is that you want to do, you keep going, eventually it'll work. So failure's not the end. Failure is basically a lesson learned, and you know, just the way that it goes. I used to be so scared to break blanks while turning them, like so much so that it would be rare for me to practice on any blanks because I didn't want to break them, right? I viewed it as a costly expense initially, and the other part about that is it's just the price of learning. And so when people start up businesses, I just want to tell them that, like, try it out, sit with it for a little bit, and then see how it goes. If it's not going how you want it to, make minor changes, and determine what exactly is causing it to not be how you want it to be. But you can't change everything at one time, because you won't ever be able to figure out what exactly caused it to either be successful or fail. So you kind of need to be patient and analyze things and know that you're not going to get immediate feedback all the time. It's just unrealistic to think, or to expect for that matter. It just doesn't work that way. All right. A lot of fun. You were more surprised that you were well known in the pin community? Yeah, man. I mean, I guarantee more people know about you, Brian, than they do me, which is why I feel like I get a VIP when you're in here, in the chat. When you first came in, I was like, oh my God, Brian's here. That's crazy. And I mean, I do still feel that way, because I'm very grateful that you are here, and that you participate in everything. And I still think that you're a world-class guy, man. And you do good work. So I admire you for what you're bringing to the pin community and that stuff. And, you know, you are an example to some people that want to figure out how they can contribute to the whole community that they say that they want to be a part of. So I know it might sound cheesy, but I mean that. I mean that. Because, I mean, the reason I don't usually care about meeting professional athletes and stuff like that, because I don't really care about sports. Like meeting Jim Hines for the first time was also crazy. I just felt like a kid that was meeting one of the people that I looked up to. So yeah. And then when I went to the mate, I met Bob, which again, another world-class person, I think, that is a great dude, great contributor to the community, and I think he's made a pretty significant impact on pin making overall, especially in the YouTube world, because of the videos that he makes and how other people you know, receive them and enjoy his company, and he's just a very good person. I haven't talked to him other than at the show. However, I don't think I would ever have an issue reaching out to him and him being willing to talk and hang out if ever. One of these days I'm going to have to take him up on you know, his closing lines from his video. It's like, you are always welcome in my shop. I'm going to take that literally one of these days and show up at his house and be like, all right, Bob, let's go to your shop, see how it goes. But yeah, I'd love to meet Sean from Worth the Effort. And then, yeah, all these other pin makers too. Like, it's one of those things where you don't really care about it unless you're invested in it as well. And the way that I invest in the community is really by my time. And then trying to share information, share knowledge, and learned experiences and stuff like that. So it's just, I've been in the military, and the dudes to my left and right in the military, and on a mission, they would die for you. They would run out into battle, gunfire, they would die for you. So that was the community that I was initially a part of. And then after I got out of the military, it changed up to where I didn't know who to talk to, where to go, what to do, or anything like that. And it finally got to a point where, I mean, I just kind of put my head in the sand for a long time, and I just started turning. And then, like I said before, Joe popped out from the Orlando Pin Show and asked me about that, and that was something that I didn't know existed. And then he invited me to that, and I was like, oh my gosh, did I find my people? And so it's one of those things that you know, I think sometimes if you're constantly looking for stuff, you're not really going to find it. I think sometimes you just got to be patient and let it happen. So anyway, kind of my thoughts on that. Let's see, Bob is great. You'd like to meet John from Maverick? Hey, my man. I'd like to meet you as well. And Brian, yeah. See you at the mate. Yeah. I appreciate that. I'd love to be met by you and meet you as well. So it's I don't know, you spend a lot of time of your time watching and learning from these people that are doing things that you're like, oh my gosh, how are you able to do that, and how did you do that? That's incredible. And then, you know, sometimes you can't really figure it out, and you just admire them for being able to accomplish what they did. So, you know, I don't want to get too cheesy on y'all, but golly, dropping some feelings. What's going on? Let's see. Yeah, Vinny, man, you're good people too, and that's what I love so much. Is that there's so many wonderful people in the community that yeah, there's going to be people that are rough around the edges. That's just the way it's going to be. But some of the best relationships you can have actually start with a conflict. So, and I'm sure that you have experienced that too. One of my good buddies, he died, but I was going through selection, and I had already been through the first part of what we called pre-team, to where I was kind of sandbagging on the running because I had shin splints really bad. And so I wasn't what they call putting out. I wasn't putting my best effort in for pre-team because it was basically just maintaining your physical fitness at that time. And so he called me out on it. I was like, screw you, dude. But, you know, it's one of those things that we became best friends, and I went on a nice out west road trip with the guy. It was a 5,000 mile road trip that him and I went on, and we went to like Montana, Nebraska, California, and we went on a road trip. We took like 14 days, or yeah, about 2 weeks to leave. Yeah, and that's just what happened. So don't be shy about having a conflict with people either. I think conflict is a healthy thing. It helps you understand where the person's coming from. It helps you learn, you know, whether you want to steer clear of that person, or if you want to, you know, potentially spend more time with that particular person, because you know that even if they don't have the greatest personality, then they still would have potentially the knowledge or the things like that to offer. So I think it's a pretty interesting type of thing to at least be aware of. Zach from Resin Works is a wood guy you like to meet and talking to him for years but never met him. Is that Zach Higgins, right? Zach Higgins. The complaint turned into him buying more stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Sometimes people just want to be heard, and when they complain about something and you actually do something about it, they feel like they're heard, and it's going to completely change that person's perspective of you. So I think doing things that are unexpected are really kind of like a superpower, if you ask me. Yeah, I got the chills just thinking about that. Like, have you ever heard the expression "kill them with kindness"? Basically, what that expression means to me, at least, is, you know, you can be as mean as you want to me. It's not going to matter. It's not going to change how I respond to you as much, because I'm just going to keep being nice because that's the type of person I'm going to be and that I want to be. Yeah, sometimes it's really hard. You want to be like, yo, knock it off, you. But it just is what it is. And in a lot of cases, people are doing the best they can, and sometimes you end up in the crosshairs, but you know what? It just is what it is. Again, I think a lot of people, they get really protective of certain things, even though they weren't necessarily the first person to ever do it. It's like, whatever, dude. Or whatever, girl. Whatever, you. You know what I mean? Some people... Well, I can't say that one. I can't say that one. But there is one thing in the makers community that bothers me, but I'm not going to talk about it. I guess I'll just say that monopolizing things is something that doesn't really quite sit well with me. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. But if you know, you know. And if you don't know, maybe you'll figure it out later on, but it won't be from me. But there's always drama. It doesn't matter what community that you're in or anything like that. There's always going to be some sort of drama. And for me, I'm always on the sidelines of it because it's not going to change what I do. The innovations are quite limited, I would say, because everything has been being done for so long. Like, even the stratified pins that we make, although I haven't really seen anybody do that, but I have seen people make layered blanks before. And when you do it intentionally, it doesn't look the same. And it looks too perfect, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. What shape am I doing? I don't even know anymore. There we go. Okay. I guess the way I look at it, man, is you can either have somebody ruin your day or you can have somebody make your day. And so my grandfather used to always say, "You made my day," which is why it says that on the bottom. After my stream ends, it says, "You made my day." And that is because y'all were here and you showed up and you found it at least interesting enough to look at what it was. You could stay here for 30 seconds and say hey and then leave, and that would mean something to me. And I think appreciating the little things is something that's kind of forgotten nowadays. The little things add up to big things. Like, you know, meeting Vinny was awesome, and knowing how he ended up getting there for us to meet in person, it was just awesome. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of feelings involved today, and I don't know why, but it meant a lot for me to have the opportunity to meet Vinny as well. And the links that he went to, links or mileage, that was supposed to be a pun, I guess, or double entendre, one of those. Loki! Hey, buddy. Hey, Big Max. You the man. Yeah. And that's the other thing, too, man. People don't say that they love whatever it is anymore. They love pizza, they love beer, they love this and that. But, you know, when it comes to people, you know, I think that you should let the people know that have made a difference for you and, you know, caused you to change course or have some sort of impact. Just let them know, because yeah, it's huge. And you know, love is not necessarily a gay thing or homosexual thing. It's you know, love means a lot of things, but it's just like one of the most powerful words, man, and I really appreciate that. I love you too for being here and, you know, kind of being a sounding board, because this is one of the ways that I kind of, you know, I deal with stuff. The stratified blanks are like perfection. Yeah, I appreciate that. They look so good because they aren't. Yeah, they're not. They're not planned. And it was literally me turning my head sideways, by the way, to figure out stratified. So this is actually one of the first blocks that I ever made that ended up being what I turned into the first stratified fountain pen. So you can't really see it, but this was a 1.5 inch or 2 inch block that I scuffed one side and then I glued it together. You can see the seam right here where these two parts got glued together. But we were doing overpour blanks for a while, and I literally turned my head to the side and was like, you know what? And then that's just kind of how it happened. And then the other thing too is, as a maker, you're going to come across things that people already came across. And that doesn't mean it's necessarily their idea or your idea, or it just means that y'all came to a similar conclusion. Because people have been overpouring for a long time. So it's not like groundbreaking or revolutionary. It's just that nobody at the time was doing it. And they didn't like build anything around it. So I just think it's pretty interesting. And then I think it's also a pretty wide open space. I really do. And the reason I think it is because I don't think any small maker would be able to fulfill a large volume unless they partnered with somebody else that was making them for them, which would obviously make them not the pin maker anymore. It would make them like the pin designer. So yeah, I don't know. Welcome to John Thoughts, I guess. Yeah. Trying to finish a project? Right on, man. Well, don't let me hold you up now. I don't want to be the cause of it not getting done now. But yeah. It's a lot of John Thoughts, I guess. Like, even in the military, like, unfortunately, some of my supervisors, two of my previous supervisors, got discharged from the military, and it's got nothing to do with me, but they made decisions that they had to deal with, and you know, I think any supervisor that you have, or any mentor that you have, you can learn from, whether it's what to do or what not to do, and it just comes back to the individual of determining what it is that you want from whatever it is that you're going for. Yeah, love does. Love does indeed. Man, this might be one of my favorite streams so far. Anyway, how about them pins getting turned, huh? Oh yeah, Big Dog. What kind of lathe are you going for? Are you going for a Bevor metal lathe? I think those are probably the best bang for buck lathe as far as metal lathes go. I'm going to rotate this carbide insert. I don't know if I used this side already or not. Feels pretty sharp. So we're going to roll with that. Yeah, when you do, right on. I think that's probably a good avenue to pursue for a metal lathe. I definitely bought more lathe than necessary because I don't need the thread pitches. I don't need most of the stuff that it's capable of, but I do want to be able to trim my blanks down to a certain diameter pretty consistently. So, although relatively recently I figured out how to bypass that too, where it doesn't matter how I prep it, I can literally just do what, once you understand certain concepts, right? Brian can back me up on that probably, as far as once you know some of the conditions that have to be done. For example, turning at a high speed on something that's unsupported, just held, if you take something that's long, it's going to cause it to wobble. And then if you're sanding at a high speed and it's not supported, you're going to end up with it really wonky on one side, and then it's going to be pretty uniform circumference on the other side. So once you know those types of things, then it makes a lot of your, well, some problems go away. That was one of the things that took me a lot longer to figure out than it should have, and it would have if I learned from someone, but you know, now I have all the struggle from that, from learning that one, and so I can help somebody else avoid that in the future. Like, if you're going to use the jaws on the back side here, or on the headstock, I mean, you can drill all you want to, and then as long as you know that your mandrel's good and you know that the collet is centered, then you can just put a little dimple in the back side of it, and then you'll be good. Like, that's what I did with those pins. That took me a long time to actually figure out, but it shaves off quite a bit of time, because I used to try and get them as perfectly set as possible, but as soon as you take them out of the jaws, or take the blank out of the jaws, it will never go back to that same point, no matter how hard you try. So, you know, let's sweep this way. Yeah, it's not usually very good. But there's also that gray area, right? There's always that gray area where that if you just blanketly say, ooh, yeah, that's not good to do unsupported. Well, sometimes people think, well, I'm never going to do anything unsupported. Well, I think at that point you're limiting yourself, because some things are fine unsupported if, you know what I mean? Or some things are fine if you do this, or you drop the speed, or you're just sanding, or you're not cutting. Like, a lot of things are conditional too, which, you know, I hope that I'm able to kind of at least reveal on my streams, at least create having some of that value, that, you know, you look at the way that I did it and you're able to implement that type of thing too. But some people are totally opposed to it entirely, but they haven't actually tried anything different. So if you think an idea would work, then try it, because the way that we sand our fountain pens is totally unsupported, but we don't sand them fast, right? So that's kind of the difference. And I'm not turning, so it's not like chattering or anything. You always have positive control of the piece that's getting sanded. And like all the caps, barrels, and sections are turned are finished unsupported. But they're all turned supported. It's a job by job basis, yeah. One job, you do that make parts stick way out. And tricks to make it happen, yeah. I mean, like the Swiss lathe is also a pretty interesting example of that. But basically, you have to turn your head backwards to make sense of that, because all the stock is held really close to the collet, and then it basically cuts out and then pushes it out and then cuts more and more. So you can end up with something that's like, I don't know, 3 millimeters, but it's like super duper long. And you wonder how the heck that happened. And it's because all the cutting happened on the side that was supported. So it's just those types of experiences that people have that they don't necessarily think about, of how you got to that type of conclusion, that I think is very fascinating. But me knowing nothing about a lathe, I think, or turning for that matter, also I didn't think anything else of tapping, and I didn't know what a tap and die was, but I knew that I wanted to make pins. So, you know, I started learning how the heck do you even thread something, and so that's what I was doing. I was learning that type of stuff, and I'm pretty stubborn, so I didn't like asking people for help. So I learned a lot slower than I probably could have had I asked somebody. You have a job. Yeah. Well, this is my job. What I'm doing now is my job. So when people talk about starting a business, what you're really doing is just creating a job. Until you outsource it and that type of thing. So I think forever I will have my job, which I am content with. Abby and we talked about that yesterday, actually, and we're like, Abby, do you see us doing this in 20 years? And, you know, yeah. I don't know why we wouldn't. It's a good community, good people, the customers are consistent, and, you know, it comes to people also helping you stay around just by being present and giving that support in their time of day. And some people don't really know how to support, so in some cases, and so they think the best way to do it, and in some cases it is the best way to go about it, is by contributing monetarily, to keep some things around, because, you know, at the end of the day, it's got to produce, right? So, but I think a lot of people kind of get that part mixed with, like, oh, you're only doing it to make money. Well, I guess you could say that, but that's not why I started doing it. That's not why I did it, really. I didn't do it to make tons of money, because you don't actually make tons of money. I suppose you could if you made the right connections and all that stuff, but, you know, it's just, you don't set out for something like that to chase dollars. At least that's not why I started. But I knew that I didn't want to do what I was doing anymore, and so in order to facilitate that, this had to start making money. But it is what it is. You're playing with the rules that are in place. So when it comes to like the politics and stuff, and how other small businesses are affected, some of the international ones that are having issues, like sending products to the States or sending products out of the States because of the tariffs. Like, okay, well, do you have control over that? Is there something that you can do about that? Those are the things that I think about, is what can we do to still help or still make some of those things happen? And that's really that's the main thing about business, is being able to adapt in the environment. At least I think so. But I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a thousandaire, a decathousanaire. I'm just a dude in a garage turning on a lathe, man. And Delrin, yeah, Delrin, I like the way that Delrin threads. It's so slick. It cuts so nicely. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say that it cuts nicer than like ebonite. Although I do think ebonite just has to be worked in a little bit, and then it's really nice. But Delrin, just like straight out of the, well, out of the cutting, makes it really good. I've only got 3 more of these larges to go, and then I can switch over to shaping some of our pumpkin spice. And yeah, the blanks over there that I'm going to be making or finishing this pins with are pumpkin spice. And let's see, we have pencils that are made out of it. We have fountain pens that are going to get finished out of it. So we're trying out a different method. Like, yeah, we're trying out a different idea that we haven't quite implemented yet. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Hey, I appreciate your plywood. Welcome and have a good day. See, that's awesome. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That's the type of thing I'm talking about. Somebody just popping in, saying, "Hey, what's up? Can't stay." That's all right. I appreciate you taking the time to stop by and say hello. Leave a thumbs up, and then, yeah, that's awesome. Appreciate you. Mike is making stuff. What's up, Mike? How you been, man? You a pin turning pro now, or what? I think that's one of the last things I remember from you, Mike, is you turning that wooden pin. Miss you all the time. Yeah, I gotta be better about that, huh? Let's see. What? Mike, you usually turn bigger things, right? Turning small things is not exactly where you spend a lot of your time. Is that right? Oh, I guess I could look at the things that I was going to talk about. So let's see. Last week we had 2 concerts. So one of the concerts was Falling in Reverse. And we were trying to see Falling in Reverse for like, well, last year we were supposed to go see them, but they canceled the Charlotte one because the venue was not the size that they needed it to be for the pyro that they were trying to use, I guess. And then, let's see, then at another point, when the concert was supposed to happen this year, he had a sore throat, so his singing, I'm talking about Ronnie, by the way, the lead singer of Falling in Reverse, he had a sore throat, and so, you know, having a sore throat is not very good for when you're trying to sing. So he called that show off too, and then it was rescheduled, and then it happened to be at the end of the tour, which also happened to be at the same time, or the same week rather, that we had another concert that we were going to that we had planned pretty far in advance. So we had the Papa Roach concert that we went to. So the Falling in Reverse concert was Wednesday, and it was awesome. Man, that's got to be one of my favorite concerts I've ever been to. Between that and Motley Crue with my dad when I was like 17, were probably my favorite concerts of all time that I've been to, at least. But incredibly talented fella. Uh, so it did not disappoint. I mean, it did a little bit having to get canceled the first time and then moved later to the year, second time. But it was awesome. My kids also like falling in reverse. And then Papa Roach, he was pretty good. I wouldn't say that it was as good as falling in reverse as far as everything went, but it was a good performance. And then Rise Against was also with Papa Roach, and they've been around for many years, but I really liked Rise Against as well. So that was last week. I mean, cut out for multiple concerts in a week, but we did it nonetheless. Ooh, some more honeycomb in that one. 2 extra on that because I did them a little more narrow, but I think that looks pretty neat. Let's see, Orlando Pin Show. It was awesome. Met some more people. There's some new makers in the mix now, and it's kind of funny because the makers. So when you go to a fountain pen show, what you're going to is a combination of vintage and makers. And for the most part, you're going to see Bach and Joe nibs from the makers. And then there's going to be other ones like Schaefer, or not, you'll see vintage people with like Schaefers and Waterman and stuff like that. But Pilot also sends reps, and who else? Who else? Let's see. Man, Pilot. Pelican. Pelican's the one I'm looking for. Pelican's another one that shows up too. Well, they don't just show up, but they're a big part of it. And a lot of people like Pelican. You see Visconti there as well. Never seen Mont Blanc at a show, although I have seen vintage people selling Mont Blanc. So, what's going on here? Here we go. But yeah, you go and you talk to people, and I mean, kind of going back to the DC pin show too, is there's a lot of international people, which is awesome. And otherwise you would never hear about some of those people, and some of them, one of the ones that we met in DC, they were from Ireland, and it was a husband and wife. They weren't makers. He had a design, and he was an engineer. He got his like doctorate in in some I don't even know, but yeah, just the amount of people and the variety of people is so fascinating to me. It's like everybody uses pens and pencils, so Yeah. Speaking of pencil, if you didn't hear me say it before, I'll say it again. The Forever pencils were pretty well received by the by people, and that we sold the ones that we brought, and we brought 10, so those went. Although I will say it's actually a decent amount of effort that goes into them, which is kind of funny. Because you got to turn them, and they got to be like the 1/4 inch on the back side for the eraser post, and then for the threads. The threads are probably the most complicated part because they're so small. They're so small. And so we sell them, we were selling them for I think 50 bucks. And they were pretty well received. Like I said, many moons ago, if you've been following me for a while, then you would know that I kind of view what I do as making handles of sorts. So you can simplify it down to, you know, I'm a handle maker in some ways, just for different types of things, you know. So. And this is a craft handle, and then you have like a nib holder, which is also another type of handle for a dip pen and for a nib or whatever you choose to put in there. I mean, I made bottle openers, which again are handles. I mean, even the EDC beads, in some ways, are kind of like a handle, you know, because you're gripping them and you're using them with your hands in order to make something else function. So again, it's kind of like a handle. But I think everything could be simplified to a point where it's like, well, that's underwhelming. But it's fun nonetheless. But yeah, you're kind of reskinning things, you know? Like the blank is essentially the skins or the paint job or whatever it is that you're doing. Some people like the urushi finish, and so you're basically getting a pen that you're painting on, and then you're sanding some of it off, and then you're painting on it again, and you rinse and repeat until you get it how you want it. So I just think it's a wonderful outlet for people that like to work with their hands and also want to offer, you know, a little bit of themselves with what it is that they're doing, because that's really what it is. It's just a little bit of you. And you know, I think one of the interesting things too for Abby and I is really the only thing that I can talk about specifically, right? But you're kind of getting the best from both of us. You know, I've got like a bazillion ideas, and I start working on them, and then I'm going to give it my best effort every time, and the intent is to make something unique and have your own flair on it. And so when you're getting something that's turned by me, then you're getting my best effort on it, because it's got to be right. If you want a standard, that's it. That's the standard. Is your best effort every time. They might not look the exact same every time. They might not feel the exact same every time, but it's my best effort every time. And then same with Abby. Her sanding, she is done. I think we're actually nearing 20,000 pins. So you're kind of getting, and she sands all the pins and polishes all the pins, so it's just how we kind of evolved it to be. And we definitely didn't start that way. We started with one lathe, and I would turn something and then she would come over and sand it. Like, it's kind of how it used to be for us. I would turn it, and I would turn a whole bunch of them, and then I'd have to not be on my lathe anymore, and she would come over and sand them. And we were doing like 75 pins or so at that time, which we quickly realized was not sustainable. So, like, it's doable, right? It's doable, but it's one of those things where you're not going necessarily for volume, and I don't think that that should be the case for things that are, unique and special too. You shouldn't probably go for a huge volume. You should, yeah. But her and I are very opposite about just about everything. But like I said, as well, is that you recognize that, and then you move forward. You don't dwell on that type of thing. You move forward with that type of thing, and then focus on the strengths that you have. And if you want to improve, know who you can work with to improve whatever it is. Or yeah, just generally I focus on the design and the turning, and she focuses on the sanding and polishing. That's yeah, I mean, you're not too far off, man. She does most of well, I say most of it. Yeah, because I don't really view it the same way she does as far as work goes. Which was actually one of the first, like, I guess, disputes that we initially had. Is I was like, this isn't work for me. I don't view it as work, but she does. And some of the parts that she does view it as work, and I do too. I kind of view some things as work, but generally speaking, I don't think of it as work. It's just one of those things that I am able to do. Hey, I appreciate that. We've been at it for a long time, and there were certainly growing pains that we've been thinking about sharing more of that type of stuff with people, because like, working together is tough, especially when you're still trying to make things work and everybody's got different ideas. Everybody, me and her, have different ideas of how to approach different things, and at the end of the day, it's who's going to be the one that's mostly doing that particular thing, and that's the person that should have the last say in that particular area. So, you know, it was a lot of growing pains, and the first couple years actually were rough, we'll say. But over time, we settled into the roles that we had, and, you know, we were so critical of each other too in the beginning. Oh my gosh. We were so critical of each other in the beginning, man. It was so much so that we're like, you know what, this isn't going to work. At least that was an idea that floated, right? Because when you get a lot of resistance on some things, you're like, you know what? You got to ask yourself, is it even worth? Is it worth pushing through that type of thing? And, you know, we determined that it was, and so we had to have lots of conversations and stuff like that to kind of basically outline. And we never wrote it down or anything like that. It was just over time, there were different responsibilities, and some were this and some were that. Like the equipment maintenance type of stuff, that's me. When it comes to inking my fountain pens, Abby likes doing that. So, you know, inking fountain pens or finishing fountain pens, stuff like that. It wasn't what I enjoyed doing most, but it is something that she enjoyed doing. So, your wife would kill you. I mean, I think if you treated her like a coworker, then yeah, she probably would. Because you can't really do that, which is why I think it would be an interesting thing for people to kind of see maybe how we're able to do what it is that we do. And I mean, once I kind of say some of these things, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Or why, or yeah, not what I would have thought, but it makes sense why it does work that way, kind of thing. Like when okay, another good example is I don't buy stuff, right? I don't buy stuff myself. I don't go and purchase it necessarily, unless we're at a store, in which case I will. But if it's something that I want ordered, I will determine its purpose, and then I will talk to her, and she will place the order. And that's just one of those things where it's always, it's something that we don't really deviate from. I mean, it's easier for me to just say, hey, I want this. I sent it to you in an email, or I texted it to you, or whatever. And then she's like, all right. Sometimes it's a, why do you want this, or why do you need this? And I'm like, oh, it's for this idea that I want to try out. Okay. You know, things like that. Like I said, I don't buy stuff. Well, I guess I don't pay for stuff? Online, at least. I don't pay. She does the paying. And the ordering and all that stuff. Because that's just a strong suit that she's got. You look at everything as how it can make money. That's the entrepreneurial business kind of guy in you. And shoot, I gotta say, I was like that too with, you know, turning in general. But it got to a point where I was like, you know what, it's all right. It's all right. Yes, anything can make money though. Yeah, anything can make money. I mean, especially looking at like what's been going on nowadays. Like everybody is able to do things that some people never even heard of to make money. Like foot pictures. I didn't know that was a thing, but people make tons of money off of taking pictures of their feet. Which, you know what? You do you. Some things I just can't get over. And there's going to be a barrier, like no shade on anybody that does feet pics. That's not what I'm saying. It's more like that's not for me. Not to mention I don't have pretty feet anyways, so they've been packed up into boots and stomped all over the world, so I don't have the prettiest feet. I know we're talking a lot about those, but my point is that pretty much anything can make money. It's how you're going to go about doing it, and what type of way do you want to go about doing it. Because I mean, there's the tasteful way of doing some things, and then there's the classless way of doing things, and it all comes back to what kind of way do you want to be perceived. Your wife is a money person. She does all the bills and makes sure you don't buy stupid stuff. Yeah, me too. Me too. Although it's kind of a double-edged sword, because, well, don't tell her I said it, but she might buy stupid stuff, and I'm like, why? Why did you buy that? Anyway, we have a pretty open line of communication when it comes to purchases like that. Yeah. I hear you on that, Brian. I think it's easier. I think it's easier when one person is kind of responsible for that particular thing. I mean, when you have, I think about it as like files in a computer. You can have files all over the place, but there's not really much organization to it. So trying to consolidate everything into one folder, or in this case, one person doing that particular thing, might not be perfect, but it's going to be better than too many fingers stirring the chili pot, so to speak. But yeah. I haven't really felt limited, except for the lathe. I wanted a lathe, dang it. And I haven't gotten one yet. So, eventually, like I mentioned it before, planting that seed early of something that you want down the road. You just kind of plant that seed. Hey, I want one of these, and then you just kind of casually mention it over time, and then possibly, if they pay attention or recognize a pattern, then maybe it'll happen. I don't know. Oh, kind of the pin show thing the first year, by the way. First pin show that we went to. The way I was able to get Abby to go to it is by going to Disney after. So we ended up making a vacation out of it. Yeah. She's the reason your credit score is. Heck yeah. You got a perfect 850 or what? Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's that is a perfect credit score, and I don't even know necessarily how to get to that. Like, it's kind of crazy to think. Kind of crazy to think that it's like the perfect balance of this and that all together, like utilization and payment history and everything like combined. So you have to use some of the credit, but you also got to pay off the credit, and you need to have like a good stuff, and it's just whew, that's crazy. Dang, nice. Well, that is impressive. Your wife is doing a hell of a job if that's the case. So I'll have to let her know that it's an impressive score. And it seems like she kind of cracked the code on some of those things. Oh, nice. Well, I mean, it checks out if the same person is doing both of them. You know? If the same person is doing it, then, man, that's even cooler, too. You know, she values your credit score just as much as she values hers. I think that speaks financial volumes. That's pretty awesome. Because she could be like, oh, well, Brian, I don't really care about yours. I care more about mine. And so hers is like the perfect, and then yours is like, womp womp. All right, let's see. We want this a little lower. So, yeah, you got to keep her forever now. Also, man, those are some. That's incredible. Because it's not only like paying and a certain amount and utilization and income and all that stuff. It's also like the other variables too of like, you know, spending a little bit on the card and then paying it off and not having late fees and, you know, managing all of that stuff. So really, really awesome. Your windows are open, you hear jets flying over the house. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you near a base? Or like commercial airplanes? Oh, nice. Yeah, I bet. I bet that's a big deal. Sounds like y'all are winning in life. And that is awesome. Well, at least the finance game. You have 22s? Nice. There we go. Let me do a little of this, a little of that. Here you go. You haven't chatted.
Hold on, let me see here.
Just pull it out.
Ah, that's good. Okay.
Here.
Can you go to my lathe
Here, I'll
often?
Switch it over.
Well, not just that.
Oh, that's right.
My lathe's running. I'm like mid polishing.
Okay, here, let me get the chair ready for you.
Did you hear me? Okay. Let me go turn my lathe off. I came over here just looking for a blank.
Just a moment, my friends. Do some of this.
Remember, I have the mic.
That'll be alright, huh?
This will be fine. Are you going to get something to drink or? Oh,
Pardon my reach, friends. There we go.
it's half my face. That's okay.
You can. A little crooked, sorry.
Hi, Brian. Hello, everyone. To be honest, I have not been listening. A little bit behind this week. Not him. He's fine. I'm a little bit behind. But, yeah. So, I don't even know what y'all been talking about. He finished turning the ones that I need for this week, but I still have like a whole bucket of them to sand, and they're black pretty much, which is definitely the most annoying to sand. Takes a bit more time than a lot of my other ones, which is why I very rarely do super dark colorways like this, but it's for Halloween, so I wanted to throw them in. I can't just do purple and blue forever. People will get tired of it, likely. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Anybody else been on? Hanging out?
Yeah.
Good. So work is going well. We're actually having like, hi Vinny. We're having like nice weather finally. It's a high of 70 today instead of 90, which is how it's been recently, and it's like not muggy, and it's the most magical weather time of year, and it'll be over here in like 2 weeks, and then it'll be miserable. Because that's how it goes here. Then we'll be too cold because the workshop, obviously, John's got the AC on back here. I guess he said he's just using a fan, but it's cold as heck. I don't know how he's got that blowing in him. I've got like multiple shirts on and no fan in my direction, but we go from it's hot and humid during the summer and we need our AC and like all the fans blowing to perfect weather for maybe a month, and then all of a sudden we'll be freezing in here, and then we'll need all of the propane heater going and the electric heater going, and my hands will be cold. So and that also affects my resin temperature wise. Like right now is ideal where the resin is supposed to be staying 70 75 degrees ish for the correct amount of like open time. During the summer I have less open time, I have to get things in quicker. I'm finally at that point where like I have the normal amount of time, and then the winter I have to have a ton more time because it's so temperature dependent. And John's been doing quite a few different colorways kind of at once because we're trying to get some of the stuff ahead. We were playing catch up obviously from the shows, and then yeah, we're like still trying to get back into the kind of normal swing of things. It's 82 there in Florida. Well, it is Florida, which is nice. 80 is nice for y'all. How humid though? That's my thing. Is how humid is it? We were lucky when we were there. We had perfect weather when we were in Orlando. Vinny can attest to it. It was so nice. And it's 66 where you are. Langley's in Virginia, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to get Stella because she's got rehearsal, so we have until 3.
There's still need to be marked for all the new models.
Yes. That was the plan. Or do you think we should have these? Probably we might should do half and half. Yeah, let's do half Guardian, half Marauder. Doing a pumpkin spice drop for the fountain pen. Raining, so high humidity. Yeah. A little cooler in Virginia. That's pretty similar. Most of the times when I look at Virginia, except for like midwinter, you'll have to be, like similar weather to us. Yeah, I finished some of them there inside. Yeah. We're doing a big pumpkin spice drop. I'm hoping for early November. Sean's got the fountain pens are like to the shaping point. And then turned a bunch of Forever pencils, which were super, super popular at the shows this year. They bought us all out, so we need to do a restock of those, and we're going to do pumpkin spice. And this was from a block, actually, so they've got a little bit different patterning, but the same colors. And then we got nib holders that are also going to happen. These are from block, too. These are like purple and white and pink. And this was one of my earlier blocks where it turns out super different from like the top layer to the bottom layer, because 95% of the time I'm pouring in my vertical molds, and pouring in the block mold is a totally different kind of technique. So for example, this was on the bottom. It's like all white with a little bit of swirls, and then this is like a top layer, which has most of the color. White is super heavy, white pigment, and pink right to the bottom of pumpkin spice. So I don't actually like pumpkin spice, like coffee or anything, but it is a fun name, and it's fun to name fall colors that. It's fall, you know, fall themed, but pumpkin spice coffee, no thank you. I'd rather have like the caramel apple flavor or pretty much anything else. I do like pumpkin spice muffins and bread. Baked goods, pumpkin spice is good. Drink, meh. Meh for drink. What's up, dude? What? You're staring into the abyss. Recovering. A lot of talking. Yeah, man. If it sells, so yeah. Lots of people do like pumpkin spice. As you know, it's an obsession for people. And really, it's just the fact that it's fall. And I know it's been fall since, what, last month? End of last month? But weather-wise, we don't get fall until like now into November-ish. So I just figured that, you know, the better something. Chai tea is your favorite? I love a good chai, a spicy chai. It's hard to find ones that aren't too sweet though. Like the Starbucks one, every time I get that, it's sugar overload for me. But yeah, I also don't drink coffee very often, so if I am gonna get a hot drink, tea is more likely what I'm gonna get anyway. But yeah, I don't know how John talks for hours and hours and hours. I think it's because his brain is talking to him all the time, like just constantly. So he just lets all thoughts out. He makes fun of me because I do not have a inner monologue where I'm like talking to myself in my head the whole time, and he does. So definitely better at this kind of thing than I am. And hopefully he doesn't take too long of a break, because I was mid polishing a pen, and I have a lot more to sand. You know, you could sit over here.
No, it's intermission.
How long is your intermission?
As long as it takes.
I'll put up your be right back screen. Don't do that. But let's see. Yeah, these.
Are we going to Manassas, Virginia? It's the 13th through the 15th of March. You're gonna take it easy on a birthday?
I'm not going to the mate. You can, because I'm gonna have shows all around then.
March?
I have one in February, and I'm gonna do one in May, I think.
March open.
No, we're not all gonna go to Manassas.
There's gotta be something fun to do there. We should go do it. We would be able to meet Big Matt. We'd be able to meet Brian.
We need to talk about this not on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kids probably can't miss any more school, for one, and there's other reasons which we will talk about.
Okay. I'm in trouble.
I just don't put me on the spot like that. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys had fun, but that's definitely more of a John thing than me. I'm the I don't I don't know. I'm the seller, you know what I mean? Like I go and I have to vend at shows, and but that's what I should be doing, not wandering. Which is fine for you. That's also not me for the same kind of thing. Anyways. But next year, show wise, we're definitely doing our typical three, well, two with John. So the DC show and the Orlando show. I hopefully will be able to actually get my own table in San Francisco. I got on the list finally. Apparently, it took a year and a half to get sent the like Google form, but now I'm actually on the Google form. If not, hopefully someone will let me sit with them again because I loved it. I did get a table for the California Pin Show, which is in February, and I'll be at that one by myself, solo vending at my own table, which I have not done before. I have sat at other people's tables and gone by myself, but that's not really the same. So I'm excited. And if I can get a table or have someone let me sit with them in Chicago, I might add that one. This year, show wise, was crazy for us. We put a lot of like more than the past years, I guess, time and energy and all of that into it, and it really paid off. We had the best show season that we've had yet, which we hope continues to be the case. Because the first couple years you're kind of just there for people to see you and for you to meet people and you know that kind of thing, and then as you get more established and stuff like that, so that's fun. I find that very exciting, but that's also like all the socialness I can handle for a while because we came home and we were worn out. We've been home for like not quite a month, almost a month now since the Orlando show, and like this is the first time John streamed. We've been tired and came back, you know, and today is the 9th.
So it's almost been a month.
Yes.
Like a few days away.
Yeah. I think we came back on like the 15th of September or 16th, so not quite. It hasn't quite been a month, but also this Loki, he's got oh, John, it's all over his face. The noodles, I think they fell off. But yeah, it's also gonna start being like the busy time of year for the kids and all the kids stuff. Band and theater and no sports right now, but yeah, I don't know. It's a lot. Trying to get ourselves back together for the holidays. John bought a really scary mask in the mall for Halloween.
Maybe I'll wear it for Halloween too.
Oh, Halloween stream. I think it's actually on a Friday this year. Yeah. I'm not sure. We usually go and drive to my mom's and trick or treat in her neighborhood because our neighborhood doesn't have many kids and no one trick or treats. So we have to go to somebody else's neighborhood to take the kids trick or treating. And so we used to take them to my mom's because she likes to see their costume. And a lot of the time, my sister will come and trick or treat with the kids, or my mom or dad will, which is fun. They like seeing them. But this year, everybody's gonna be out of town, so we're gonna do something different for Halloween. Trick or treat somewhere else. Out of the country? No, sorry. My parents are out of the country. Oh no, they'll be back before Halloween. They're going up to the mountains. It was the only time their friends could come with them for a mountain trip. So yeah, they'll be back in the country before then. Yeah. Been, yeah, like I said, busy. My brother got engaged to his girlfriend of like 3 or 4 years. and she's amazing, and we love her, and we're very excited about them hopefully planning a wedding here soon. We'll see how long. They were saying that I guess nowadays for weddings, John and I got married 14, almost 15 years ago, and this wasn't as much of the case, but you have to book wedding venues like a year or two in advance for, I guess, the area that we live in for Charlotte. Um, so I guess it's going to be over a year before they actually get married. And then our niece also got engaged. Our oldest niece. So pretty exciting. It's going to be a busy year again next year. We have decided that the kids are going to come with us to Orlando next year. That was probably
one. Oh, yeah, I didn't even talk about that.
It was one of the, like, we felt so good as parents because we went on, so John and I didn't take the kids this year because we got in trouble last year for keeping our middle schooler out of school for as long as we did to come to Orlando. Granted, last year we did do a full, like, 4 days at Disney along with the Orlando Pin Show, so it was a good, like, week and a half that they were out. They both got A's and B's. It affected nothing in school, but schools get all, whatever about it. So this year, my parents watched them and took our older daughter to middle school while we were gone. And so they didn't come with us. So John and I were really excited because other than the DC trip and some other things like that, we were like, yes, it's like a date trip. We love the pin shows. We love doing them together. And we did our favorite, the Halloween Horror Nights. We did that the night that we got there before the show, and then we did one day, we did Epcot after the show, and had so much fun. However, at the show, like half of the people, anybody who knew us was like, where are your kids? They wanted the kids there. They wanted to see the kids. They wanted Stella to sell them things and come around and talk to them at their tables. And we had so many people that came up to us asking us why our kids weren't there. And they want to be there. So we're just gonna bring them next year and deal with school again, which is fine. And the thing is like, the last couple years, the way that the Orlando show is it was earlier in September. They moved it back a week this year, which is actually great because our kids start school at the end of August. So at least they'll have a couple of weeks into school before we leave. Last time it was not that case. It was like the second week of school, so that might have been why. But also that didn't give me enough time to like go talk to the principal because you can get these forms filled out that are essentially what was it like educational trip kind of thing, in which the pin show is they're learning what is our family business. They're learning all kinds of social skills and people skills and just life skills in general for being a part of the shows. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Where are we from? We're from North Carolina. Like to have kids at the show, get them interested. Our older daughter wasn't super interested, to be perfectly honest, but that kind of, she's at that preteen, almost teen age, so we have to like rope her back into it. But Stella, last year, she was 9 and she had the most fun. But she's also a very outgoing, bubbly, charismatic, just person in general. We're not really sure where she gets it from because it's not from me or John. But she spent the whole show last year. She went to every single vendor table and talked to the adults at the table and asked them about what they sell and what they do. And she was genuinely interested and came back to us after, I don't know, she wandered around for like an hour or something. And she'd come take a break and come back to our table. Because at the Orlando Pin Show, it's a super safe, like very relaxed show environment. It's not too crazy packed. It's basically one big ballroom. So we felt fine with her doing that. And she came back and had this pile of stuff that people had given her. Not because she asked for it, but just because she was talking to them and was interested. So she she got a haul for it. It paid off, and that wasn't her intention, but it was really funny. She also sold some of our pens. We need to rein her back on her hard sale a little bit. She can be a bit pushy, but it's fun and it's definitely educational. So hopefully she'll be in middle school next year, so they'll both be in the same school, and I can go talk to the principal and try to get those forms filled out prior to us leaving. We're gonna go either way, whether because the principal has to approve it as an educational trip. But yeah, we've already got all that stuff planned. And for Orlando and I think for DC, both of those usually come out in January for the hotels and the tables. And yeah, so that's our plan. We're definitely gotta bring the kids back because everybody missed them. I'll have to get them new stratified outfits because they definitely won't fit into their ones from last year. And John and I are going to do our favorite again, always, if we can swing it, our Halloween Horror Night. We're going to do 2 days at Disney because we're all the way there, and it's one of my favorite things. Your niece came with you the last 2 years, and she really enjoyed it. That's awesome. Yeah, I love getting the kids being involved. We've added, for the pin shows, stamps. And John and I always do stickers for one. I designed a bunch of different stickers, lots of stratified ones, and we give those for free. And so like when the kids come around, they're there with parents or, with other vendors. I love being able to tell them to take as many stickers as they want. We had stamps this year because that's like a new thing at the pin shows. So people get like passport-y size notebooks or in their journals, and they come around and get all the vendors stamps. So kids love that too. We'll probably have some other little thing that Stella can be in charge of. She gave out erasers last year, just like the little, what was it?
Tell us for that one guy.
Oh, I will. So last year we wanted something to be able to give kids when they came to the table, and the kids, you know how like elementary school they do like treasure box and stuff. One of their favorite things are those little erasers that are like animals or food or whatever, and the erasers kind of come apart. They're like little puzzly pieces. Anyways, I bought a whole bag of them off of Amazon, and we brought them, and Stella was in charge of giving them away to kids, and then there's not a ton of kids there, so she started giving them to anybody who walked past, which was a great conversation starter. And a lot of the adults had fun picking, but we had this one customer. And was that our second year seeing him or the first year? I think it was the second year seeing him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a returning customer who is so sweet and kind, and has purchased some of our pens in the past. And last year, Stella had given him an eraser, and he came back this year to tell us that he asked where she was, and two, that he keeps it on his desk, and it makes him think of her every time he sees it. And it's like a hamburger with lettuce on it. It's like that because he didn't want to pick, he wanted her to pick for him. So that's what she picked for. And it lives on his desk now. It's been a year, and anyways, so that was so sweet. And we loved getting to tell the kids that too, to be like, the things that you do and say and connections that you make are really meaningful, and people remember that, and it's a big deal and stuff like that. So yeah, it would be fun if I could get them to be in like, the gumball machines where you have the actual, like, where it turns and a little prize comes out. That would be fun. So we'd have to figure that out. There was a vendor. John has our dog Loki, our GSP, on his lap, like laid out. Loki loves to be a lap dog, and he's not really lap dog size, so it's our distraction. There was a vendor that had Plinko this year, that if you bought something, you could play Plinko, and there were different prizes. If you didn't get a prize, you put your ticket in, and then they pulled winners after. So if we were going to do Plinko, I would want it to be like you get a specific prize, I think, and walk away with it. Or whatever. I don't know. Anyways, stuff like that's fun. Fun to come up with new ideas to get people involved in all of that. John, my throat's getting tired of talking. Well, I need to get back to sanding. I really need to get back to sanding. It's been 30 minutes. I need to get back to sanding. Yes, it is. It's been 30 minutes. I'm not crazy because you came and said about 10 minutes into me talking, I'll get Stella, and then I said, no, you don't have to. And that was at 2:10, and now it's 2:30.
10 minutes.
Okay, maybe 5. Fine, it's been 25 minutes.
Drama.
I need to get back to sanding. I have a lot more to sand, and I don't want to be out here forever. I'm doing chicken tacos tonight. I do them in the Instant Pot, like shredded chicken tacos, and it is one of everybody's favorites. Right?
Yeah.
And easy, which makes me happy. I gotta work all day too.
All day, every day.
You have a noodle by your ear. On your head. Makes them look dusty. With all the
Makes it look like I got dandruff coming out of my hair.
Sometimes it does.
It might be, but by golly.
Mostly just dust and noodles.
I don't know, man. It kind of seems like it feels good to kind of wrap it up here, huh?
Sure. You've been talking for a long time.
Well,
it's pretty long.
No, we should wrap it up here and yeah.
Is that 4 hours? Is that how long you've been on?
Yeah, 4 hours, 20 minutes.
It's long. I'm so impressed.
I don't think about time when I'm doing this.
No.
This is my time capsule. I just time travel in here. Somebody doesn't though. Golly.
No, I need to get back to my work. This is part of your work. Like, counts as you working, you talking to people. It does not for me. I have to still do my sanding.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's do some pumpkin spice pins tomorrow. I got a few commissions that I'm going to finish up. And, yeah. But I really appreciate y'all hanging out. I know that it's been a while, but we hope it won't be that long again.
Hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah. But really appreciate y'all hanging out. Nice chatting with everybody, catching up and all that. So we will see y'all next time. Have a wonderful day.